watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. As we kick things off here, I want to kind of let you know of several things that we're monitoring and getting ready for over this next little bit. We've got 4.5 hours of live streaming with you before we hand things off. So we've got a lot to get to today and a lot going on all across the state of Florida, and also some national stories that we are tracking. Let me give you a live look right now. That's a video playing in the background at the Trump Account Summit, a full-day summit in Washington, D.C. But what you see in the middle there, the podium, where we are expecting President Trump to speak any minute now about the economy and about these Trump accounts as well. Those are those new saving accounts that are available to parents. And so we're going to hear more about that from the president, who is expected shortly. His remarks expected around 11 o'clock. Obviously not going to be right at 11, but we'll keep an eye on that, and we will get you to the president when he begins speaking. Also want to let you know we are getting ready for a news conference out of the Capitol Rotunda in Tallahassee, where a family of Tiana Major, a 9-year-old who was killed in one of the Pine Hills shootings in February of 2023, that also resulted in the death of an Orlando news reporter. They are joining forces with some lawmakers, including Rashawn Young, state representative from Orlando, Chevron Jones, a state senator from Miami Gardens, for this bipartisan legislation called essentially to create what they call the Yaya alert system. And that was a nickname for Tiana. And so this is something that would be named after her, and essentially would create a statewide alert system and some protocols for schools and law enforcement, daycare facilities, basically to kind of be on the same page with law enforcement when there are threats in the area. They say something like that may have been able to save the life of Tiana at the time, because they didn't know anything was going on in the area. They didn't know a shooting suspect was on the loose when Tiana was picked up and on her way home from school that day in February of 2023. So we will hear from them coming up in just a little bit. If the president is speaking at that point, we will make sure to play that news conference for you in full a little bit later. But we are keeping an eye on that as well. Let me take you live right now, though, to Capitol Hill, where we are hearing some testimony and questions asked of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, former senator from Florida, who is now the Secretary of State, and being questioned by senators today, talking about U.S. policy in Venezuela and the intervention there, the capture of the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. During his opening remarks, he was interrupted by a heckler at one point, but things have settled down. He is now taking questions from senators, including right now being questioned by Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut. So let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues on Capitol Hill.
Government, you absolutely need congressional authorization for that. So if you can answer those three questions.
So the first question was about the trading companies. The second is about Delcy still in power 6 months from now.
6 months from now.
And the third is on the use of force.
Yes.
Okay. On the first one, the two traders. So here's the problem we faced. The problem we faced in the short term is they had no place to put oil. They were running out of storage capacity for their oil. We had to move that oil to market very quickly. The only way to move it to market very quickly is to plug into these two primary trade companies that could sell it in the open market. That is not the permanent outcome here. That is a short-term fix to a short-term problem, which is they were literally storing oil. They brought in tankers and had tankers sitting offshore just to hold their oil. At some point, their capacity to produce was going to be shut down and their ability to generate revenue. So we had to move that oil very quickly. The long-term plan is not those two trading companies. The long-term plan is for them to have a normal energy program that sells directly into the market, directly. To refineries and to companies that are exploiting and exploring it. For example, Chevron has operations there that never stopped. They seek to expand those operations. They don't need those trading companies. So those trading companies were a short-term fix for a very acute problem because we wanted to prevent societal collapse because they had no money for revenue. On the second point about her being still in power, look, let me say this, a couple things. This is not unprecedented. I can point to a number of places, Spain, Paraguay, two examples of places in which there was a transition, from an autocratic regime to a democratic regime, and it took time. I can't give you a timeline of how long it takes. It can't take forever. It can't. It's not even been 4 weeks since
6
Maduro
months,
was
a
reduced.
year, two
Well, I
years?
think we need to be, let me put it to you this way, we need to be much further along 6 months from now, even 3 months from now. That may not be satisfactory to you, but I'm saying we have to be much further along 3, 4, 5 months. 3 or 4, 5 months from now cannot look like what today looks like. And I think there's acknowledgement on both sides of that. I can probably give you a better answer, and this is not deflecting, when we finally have people on the ground like the ambassador and the team around her on a daily basis that are interacting. Because one thing is for me to pick up the phone and talk to Delcy Rodriguez 3 times a week. Another thing is to have someone on the ground on a daily basis that's following these events, is talking to civil society, but also engaging with interim authorities. But the fact of the matter is that, yes, we want to see quick progress. As you said, it's unprecedented, okay? All I'm saying to you is, before this was stagnant. Before this, we had spent 14 years, you were involved in some of those efforts, 14 years trying to change the dynamic in Venezuela. 13, 12, 11, 10, it was a big part of my career in the Senate was spent on this. This is the first time in over a decade that we see even the glimmer of an opportunity to change conditions. A lot of that will depend on us, but a lot of that will depend on them. And it also will depend on the rest of Venezuelan society. How quickly can we get all these Venezuelans that want to go back to Venezuela and participate in civic and economic life back to Venezuela? That's going to be critical here. We recognize that. So yes, we have to be much further along in 6 months. We expect to be further along. And if we're not, I'll tell you, we'll tell you. On the third point of use of force, look, the president never rules out his options as commander-in-chief to protect the national interest of the United States. I can tell you right now with full certainty, we are not postured to, nor do we intend or expect to have to take any military action in Venezuela at any time. The only military presence you'll see in Venezuela is our Marine Guards at an embassy. Okay, that is our goal, that is our expectation, and that is what everything that outlines towards.
But
that said, if an Iranian drone factory pops up and threatens our forces in the region, the president retains the option to eliminate that threat.
I'm asking a more specific question because in your testimony you suggest that you would use force to compel cooperation, for instance, with oil sales. Do you agree that you have to come to Congress to get authorization if you were simply using force to try to compel cooperation?
Well, there's two things. There's the
it seems like
under the War Powers Act. No, under the War Powers Act, if we're going to be involved in something that's going to put us involved in a sustained way, we have to notify you within 48 hours after the fact, and then if it's going to last longer than 60 days, we have to come to Congress with it. We don't anticipate either of these things having to happen. Everything is moving in a very different trajectory right now. On the other hand, if we tell them we don't want to see drones from Iran, as an example, pointed at the United States or threatening our forces or our presence in the region or our allies' presence in the region, and they refuse to comply with that, the president does reserve the option in self-defense to eliminate that threat. We don't see that. We don't anticipate it. But it could happen. But we hope not. We don't want it to happen. On the contrary, if we had to take military action, it would set us back on all these other things that we're talking about. I can tell you military action is not good for, recovery and transition. That's not what we hope to see. It's certainly not our goal here. A lot of that will depend on them. But I think it would require the emergence of an imminent threat of the kind that we do not anticipate at this time. But that's not, they get a vote on that too.
Senator Brasso.
Senator Marco Rubio, or former Senator Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I should say, testifying in front of a Senate committee on Capitol Hill right now as they have the chance to ask questions about the military intervention in Venezuela. You heard some of that discussion going on there right now. This is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that he is testifying in front of right now. We are also still standing by for President Trump to speak at in Washington, D.C. at the Trump Account Summit, a full-day summit going on about those Trump accounts. You can see, if you'd like more information about those, trumpaccounts.gov, where you can find more information about those new vehicles for savings accounts for your kids. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, actually, we are not, because here is President Trump, who just walked out and is getting ready to speak at this event. Let's go ahead and I'll open up that audio. Being introduced with the song God Bless the USA, Lee Greenwood, as he often is. A lot of folks in the room there with their phones out, taking pictures, taking video of the president. Their chance, you can see, to be close to the president there at this event. So he's expected to talk about these Trump accounts, also talk about the economy, a number of other things as well. We will see what all he gets into here Again, these Trump accounts, we're supposed to learn more about this today. This is one of the things. This is a plan to give eligible newborns $1,000 in essentially government-backed investment accounts that families can then add their own money to it as well for education, things like that. That will be open at the age of 18. So we're expecting some more details on all of this coming out today at this event, this forum, this summit, I should say, that is going on in Washington, D.C. And the president going to begin his remarks very soon here. And as he is introduced, I've got another camera angle as well that you can see a little bit more of the room. Give me 1 second. We can see this here. As you can see, the auditorium where this is being held in Washington, D.C., President Trump standing by, ready to begin his remarks. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Let's get down to business. That's enough of that. But how good is Lee Greenwood? He was with us right from the beginning. First time I walked onto the stage, I heard that song. I liked it. I said, let's use it. That was 10 years ago, and he's been with us all the way. Fantastic guy. There's never been a man that made so much money from one song ever, and I'm happy about it. But I'm delighted to be back in the beautiful Mellon Auditorium, a wonderful family. Tim Mellon is a great guy. He's the current version of the Mellons, a fantastic person. To celebrate a thrilling new milestone for America, the first generation of Trump account children. Trump account children. For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start at life, and a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much, at least not for the last 4 years they haven't been, but now they're talking about it big. This last period of time, it's been unbelievable. When you see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country. We have over $18 trillion coming in. The most, I think, was 3. That was 10 years ago, another country, not even our country. We have $18 trillion, and we have thousands of businesses being built all over the country, and hundreds of massive plants, so big, car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here in this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and it gives them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding. Last summer, I signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering. It made this possible, too. It actually made this possible. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now, you get a deduction on the interest payment if you borrow money. So think of it. Rich people get so many deductions. I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions. But people, middle-income people, never had a deduction before. Now they're getting a deduction on interest. They buy a car. That's going to have a huge impact on the automobile. By the way, there's one proviso. It has to be made in America. If the car is made in another country, no thank you. But they're all going to be made in America pretty soon because we have factories coming in from Canada, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all over Europe. They're all coming here to make their cars because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. It wasn't very complicated. You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when those things start opening, you're going to see employment, and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up, and I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there were other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction, and we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great big beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends at the top people in business, they came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think the most likely cases in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We are the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believed so strongly in this vision right from the beginning that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nicki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping, all the money she makes. She's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing, amazing thing, $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not to. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barron, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 250th anniversary because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, $6.25 billion. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the $6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, you know, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And who's doing, and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, this is great. And we have some other ideas that will be great, but this was one that just hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier. You know, approvals for big plants used to take 20 years, 25 years, and then you'd get rejected, actually. You'd go 20 years environmentally and they'd reject you. You finally, if I think of it, a guy starts young, he starts an approval process. By the time he's middle-aged, they take a vote and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built so that we can buy them. They're paying for them. They want to pay for them. So they can open up their AI plants, and they can open up their automobile plants, and lesser so. The automobiles, believe it or not, take much less electricity. You're going to have to tell me why you need so much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see. Information. It better be damn good information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee. And, you know, I have to say this. Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which would have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific Northwest, which everybody's been telling them, including me. Now I just opened it up. We literally sent in the military to open it up. But if they would have let, you wouldn't have had the fires, because you would have had a little thing called the old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire hydrants. You would have had water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers on top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler in their living room. All those fires wouldn't have started. But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was Lee. I went there a couple of days after the fire, met so many people on the streets who were, in many cases, fairly wealthy people, some very rich people. Some of the best houses in California burned down. And I said to them, so what do you want to do? They said, sir, we want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit, Lee, was the federal permit. Is that right? He got everything done in 20 days, right? The whole thing? Is that a correct statement or less? 20 days. So he got everything done, 100% ready to go. And I went for a meeting, and this mayor, who's a grossly incompetent person, she said, we're going to try and have the permits done within 2 years. Remember that? I got into an argument. I said, you mean within 2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting all these people as I'm walking along the streets with the fire departments and the policemen, and they're all devastated. You know, they're still smoldering. They weren't even allowed to go in their property. The Environmental Protection Agency local said, don't go on your property, okay? We said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Any problem is gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, but all so unnecessary that it happened. But we got it all done in 20 days, the whole place. And yet now, still, more than a year later, they don't have permits. Almost nobody is building. So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but I'm going to put you in charge of getting permits. I think we're going to override the local authorities because they're never going to have it. And when I was told that there's a provision where you can override the local authority to get things done, because it's really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible. It's just horrible. And they'll still vote Democrat. Can you believe it? After all, it's just, they get used to it. Although I must say we converted many. We'll probably convert a lot more. But I just want them to get into their houses. And I don't want a big section of the area built into low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it. And that's not the American dream, you know? You didn't do that. And low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and we're going to let those people. And I recommended strongly that everybody gets the approval, immediate approval to build a house, and you give them a 10% bonus so they can build a house 10% larger than they had before if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? He's under a lot of stress.
We are listening to President Trump speaking live right now, talking about the Trump accounts, economy, a number of other things as well, as he speaks live right now in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back and get you back to the president's remarks this morning.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. President Trump continuing to speak right now in Washington, D.C. about these Trump accounts, new savings accounts for newborns that will be backed by the government. They'll have $1,000 to start out with that they believe will grow and be helpful as those kids grow up. And by the time they turn 18, maybe use them for college or other things. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the president speaks live right now.
With me all the way, and I appreciate it. And you're a very special person. Marcia, stand up, please. And a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty. We got along so well, and everybody, we actually did joint rallies. Can you believe it? He wanted to get some of the action, so he's smart. He said, would you do a rally with me? But we did joint rallies, and the press used to say, will you ever, start fighting? I said, don't worry, it'll come. He said the same thing. Don't worry, it'll come. He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before officially, my whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially. And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, they were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, well, he was the best student at Harvard. #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that. I don't like that. And he was a very good debater, I will tell you that. He was a smart guy. But I'll never forget, because he was the first one I looked at. I've just joined the ranks of politics. And the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done us tremendous. The head of Ireland said, are all you people this way? We don't want that. But Ted Cruz has one thing that I like. If I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out, too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy, too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person, too. Thank you, Ted, very much. The man knows more about tax than anybody that I know. Jason Smith, congressman, wonderful person. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Great job. Idaho Governor Brad Little, terrific guy. Thank you, Brad. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who hopefully will be the governor of Georgia very shortly. They have a big race. He's leading by a lot in the polls. He was outstanding as a lieutenant governor. He's great everywhere, and I've endorsed him fully, so I don't want to, do anything that you don't know about. I have given him my complete and total endorsement. Burt Jones, where are you, Burt? Thank you, Burt. Great guy. Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia. Joe, thank you. Great idea, great ideas. Also, we have Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. I like Kevin O'Leary. Where's Kevin O'Leary? Come on, Kevin, it's so nice. He's with me 90% of the time, but when he's with me, he's really with me. Great. And we got the TikTok deal done. Who the hell thought we could do that, right? I know. I wish he wanted to buy TikTok so much, and I would have done it, but his price was slightly lower. Slightly. He's fantastic. What a good, you're an entertainer, businessman, you had the whole quality, so I know what you did. Having done The Apprentice, I see you on television, you have what it takes, right? So I appreciate it, and thanks for all the nice things you do. And Cheryl Hines, where's Cheryl? Wow. Married to a very, very powerful, important man. And I said, I'll tell you, Bobby, she's strong. I watched her in an interview. I said, Bobby, you keep him in line, don't you, huh? She said, yes, I do. She's got no choice. He's doing a great job, and so are you. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's doing a very different kind of a job, too, and he's doing things that people have wanted to do for a long time. And they didn't have the courage, so say hello to Bobby, okay? We're also pleased, my daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. She happens to be in the wrong state right now for that, but when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, you know, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much. But that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But, and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years, because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily, I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But I'd like to ask you to come up, Nicki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter, and a great supporter of Trump accounts. And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow, because I love those nails. I'm going to let those nails grow. She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way. Right, Alex? She's been with us all the way. And just want to thank her. And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate, or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Thank you.
On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up. Thank you both very much. Two terrific people. When Trump accounts officially launch on July 4th of this year, every parent will be able to activate their accounts and access the funds at the trumpaccounts.gov. So it's all set up, all ready to go. It's beautiful. The site is beautiful. On that glorious day, we also expect to have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states, and they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And already, legendary investor Ray Dalio has pledged to adopt the entire state of Connecticut. That's pretty good, Michael. And thank you very much, Ray. Great legend. And today, one of the original advocates of this program has agreed to adopt his home state of Indiana, Brad Gerstner. And Brad's here someplace? Where's Brad? Come on. I think Michael and Brad, would you come up here, please? Come up here. I mean, this isn't exactly Mr. Wonderful and Nicki, but I think they might be worth more money than Mr. Wonderful, right? These guys are worth a lot of money. But Brad is donating, listen to this, $250 to Trump accounts for all children under 5 in Indiana. So every children, all the children under 5, 250, and he'll be donating tens of millions of dollars more in matching contributions to millions of children all across the country. He's going to make a massive donation already. We know what it is. Brad is not only one of the most successful business people, he's the founder of the Invest America Foundation. And he's been working on this idea for years. And he was the one, he went over to see Michael. Michael loved it. And those two were a hell of a team, along with Mrs. Dell, who's been so great, Susan. I also delighted to report that dozens of major employers have signed up to add the Trump account contributions to their employee benefit packages, including Uber, Schwab, Charter Communications, and many, many others. And just today it was announced that Intel, NVIDIA, Broadcom, IBM, Steak and Shake, Coinbase, Continental Resources, and Comcast have all signed up for really big contributions. So I want to thank them. I want to have you two guys come on up.
President Trump continuing to speak right now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back and get you back to his remarks in Washington, D.C.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen back in. The president and speaking, getting ready to hear from others as well. I believe that might be Michael Dell speaking, getting ready to, let's go ahead and listen in here as this Trump account summit continues in Washington, D.C.
Creates a platform for communities, for families, for corporations, for philanthropists to add to these accounts. And in not too many years, essentially every child in America will have savings invested in the greatest companies in this country. And that will change the face of this country over the next 10, 20, 30 years. We couldn't be more excited about this. And the opportunity to make a difference. You know, the best investment a country can make is in its people, especially in its children. And this creates an incredible platform for that to occur at enormous scale. And we're excited to see it all come together. Thank you all so much.
Those are two fantastic people, I can tell you that. I want to give a very special thanks to some of the CEOs here this morning. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood, what a job he's done. Where's Vlad? What a job you've done. Young guy. Nice young guy, too. Arjun Sethi of Kraken. Arjun, thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you. Anthony Noto of SoFi Technologies. SoFi. Thank you very much, Anthony. Great. These are the ones you read about, and Bill Ackman is here, Pershing Square, and Hock Tan of Broadcom, and so many others that if I name them, we'll be up here all day. But I just want to say that what a job you've all done. Incredible job. Everybody. Just about everybody in this room. Not everybody. I'm not in love with everybody, but a couple of them I don't like very much. But if they're here, I'm starting to like them a lot better, because they're here for a very good reason. I'm officially calling on all employers all across America to follow the lead of many of these amazing companies and make matching Trump account contributions to benefit for the American worker, and they're going to benefit the American worker so much. This morning, I'm also pleased to announce that Visa is creating a brand new platform which will allow credit card holders to deposit their cashback rewards directly into Trump accounts. That's a big deal. Visa, thank you. Where's Visa? The head of Visa. Thank you very much, Visa. These initiatives could not come at a better moment because there's never been a better time to invest in the United States of America than right now. Who knew it would have happened this fast? I inherited a mess. We were a country that was laughed at a year and a half ago. We were laughed at. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, nobody even close. So, you know, who knew this was going to take place this quickly? Right, Michael? I didn't think it was going to go that fast. I knew we were going to do it, but I thought it would take a couple of years at least. We just a couple of days longer than the first year, so it's really amazing. And just this morning as I'm running out, I see the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. So I say America is back. America is back. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value. And $18 trillion of investment is pouring into the country. It's going to be higher than that. Just over 1 year ago, we were a country that lost its way. We were mocked and scorned, and every American child will now be and have access to something that is really incredible, and they can watch directly the economic boom that's taking place. This is a boom that's taking place, the likes of which we've really never seen. I don't think people, get it yet. Not a lot of people, they don't get it. They don't see the thousands of businesses being built, the hundreds and hundreds of massive factories that are going up all over. But they're going to start to see it. They're starting to see it. I mean, if they're modestly intelligent, if they're very intelligent, they saw it about a year ago. With us today is Craig Smith, a fourth-generation family farmer and volunteer firefighter from Culpeper, Virginia, along with his wonderful wife, Heather. Craig and Heather have an 18-month-old son and a 1-month-old that they also welcomed just recently, twin boys. And they can't wait to activate Trump accounts for all three of their children this July 4th. Craig and Heather, do you want to come up here, Craig and Heather? Where are you, Craig and Heather? Come on up, Craig and Heather, come on up. Come on up. It meant so much to them. People write letters. Every once in a while you get a letter, it just hits you. Craig and Heather, come on up. Thank you. That's great. Wow, look at this family, huh? They're a rich family now. The kids are richer than the parents. That's the way we want it. Thank you very much. Wow.
We just want to thank President Trump for all of his hard work and dedication to American families and farm families like ours. Farming is not always easy and sometimes margins are tight, so investments like this into our children really help us to buy diapers and formula and not have to worry about making financial decisions for them this early on. So thank you very much, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This event continuing in Washington, D.C. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen back in here in Washington, D.C. President Trump and others speaking at this Trump Account Summit going on today, talking about the launch of these new investment accounts. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
You know, my wife and I, along with some of the work that the First Lady is doing, we are working to help foster families, and foster and adoptive families, and personally in our state with protections and support in our home state of Arkansas. You know, every child deserves hope, stability, and a strong chance at a future, a strong future. And for young families, especially like ours, that your first priorities are, of course, your diapers and your wipes and your car seats and all that stuff. And so starting and investing into a investment account is not necessarily on the top of the priority list. And we're so thankful to have this. And I think this sends a powerful message that this administration believes that financial opportunity can start early, that it is intentional, and that it can impact every single family. And my wife and I are so excited that this administration has placed families and children like ours at the forefront of economic policy. And we're so excited for the future of the children and for this country. Thank you.
That's a great job. I was wondering how much longer he could. Did you notice it? It's getting heavy. It's still 50 pounds or something, right? I said, how much longer is that? And finally, it broke loose. But you could see a loving father there, couldn't you, huh? The way he did that, right? Wasn't that a loving father? I watched that. He was grabbing. That's a great family. Thank you very much, both. Beautiful. So in conclusion, the ultimate success of the Trump accounts will be measured not just in the wealth created. It will be seen in young people buying houses that they could never have even dreamed of buying. It'll be seen in diplomas earned, companies founded, families formed, and more babies born. It'll really be seen in something where you're given a chance. You're given a chance at life, a very good chance. Above all, Trump accounts will help bring the hope and prosperity to every community that every community wants to see. And it'll bring back the American dream. The American dream is so beautiful. I would mention it all the time when I'm running. Whenever I run, I talk about the American dream because that's what we want to create. Others don't talk about it. But we have the American dream back, I think, now maybe better than ever before. For generations, Washington politicians have done nothing to take from the hardworking people of our country. They take and take. They do nothing but take. They've made workers' lives harder, sent prices higher, pushed your dreams out of reach. And both parties, I mean, they didn't do the job that they were supposed to do. Some were fighting, and sometimes we fight against some of the great politicians we have here. They fight with me, most of them, and we fight to make things better. But we run into walls of other politicians that either don't want to do something or they almost feel like it's a destruction of our country. But now we're doing something much better than giving the next generation a handout. We're giving them ownership of America's future so that they can grow up, chart their own destiny, and make our nation greater and stronger and better than ever before. So I just want to thank all of the people that participated today, the great business leaders, the great celebrities, and all of the people that are in this room. You've done so much. And I just want to also give a little bit of a shout out to a lot of great politicians that are right now voting on some very important measures, plus the politicians in this room. They have really worked hard on this. This is something that it's amazing that it got done. If you knew the political process, it was very complex, very hard to get done, to get all of those votes together. But we did it, and it's going to be great for America. And Brad and Michael, thank you both very much. Special, special people. Thank you very much. And God bless everybody in the room, and God bless America. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
President Trump wrapping up his remarks, talking about Trump accounts, those new investment accounts that will be available. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. Storm team meteorologist Brooks Garner joining me now. And Brooks, the big headline here, this cold weather.
Yes. It was a cold morning. We're going to warm up a little bit today, tomorrow, and Friday, up towards 70 on Friday after today's high of 60. But we've got a real bona fide winter surge coming our way this weekend. It's going to be cold, like really cold. Not Florida cold, like Chicago cold.
Historic cold, and brings with it a lot of concerns as well.
It does. The main impact is going to be 2 hard freezes back to back, and that's something that hasn't happened in 16 years. You got to go back to 2010 to find 2 nights in a row where it was in the mid-20s, and so that's going to do a number on not just our backyard landscaping, but on crops. And a lot of strawberry farmers and a lot of produce farmers are really concerned about that in Central Florida. It's also going to likely burn a lot of varieties of palm trees. And by burn, I mean the green fronds may become yellow, and it may take several months for that to recover. So if you have plants, it's a good idea to start thinking about covering them up. The freeze coming in Saturday night into Sunday morning, followed by another one Monday morning. But first off, it's like the ocean where you have the waves going up and down, up and down. Well, we're kind of starting to rise again, so we're going to warm up to 60 today. That's still more than 10 degrees colder than normal, but that'll happen about 3 o'clock, and it'll be 10 degrees warmer than it was yesterday. Yesterday was really cold. Our highs stayed around the region, 60 in Bushnell, 62 in Melbourne, and 58 at Palm Coast. Wake-up temperatures tomorrow will be on the chilly side. You'll need a jacket at the bus stop. 35 in Orlando, 31 degrees in Gainesville. So we will have a freeze tomorrow. It looks like north of the Villages. But here's the big weather story. After a little bit of a warming trend into the upper 60s by Friday, here's the weather map for Friday. We'll have a southerly flow. We're going to have showers developing as a cold front approaches, rain showers. Now, as this front approaches, it's likely to pick up some energy and become a pretty vigorous nor'easter, which could produce snow as far south as the Carolinas, but especially for the outer banks of North Carolina and into the mid-Atlantic coast. For us, it represents a surge of extremely cold air. We're going to have a northwest flow, which will dry things out very quickly, and with winds gusting over 40 miles per hour on Saturday, drive in the coldest weather that we've seen as far as a consecutively severe air mass in over 15 years. Sunday is going to be a cold day with a dry northwest wind, barely a cloud in the sky. As far as the winds go, this is an important part of the forecast because this is what's going to drive in that cold weather. We're going to see winds gusting between 35 and 40 miles per hour on Saturday. It is going to be a windy and wild day with highs only reaching the 50s. But then Sunday morning, look what happens. Our morning low, 25 degrees. We're going to bottom out at 22 in Ocala. It'll even be in the 30s in Miami. That'll be more than enough to drop the iguanas. It's going to be an iguana alert for South Florida for sure. But it's the wind that's really going to be the kicker. And people don't understand, I think, and it's natural not to understand how bad this is going to feel. It's been a long time since we've had anything like this. We're going to be in the lower to mid-teens for wind chills with single digits in Ocala and along the I-10 corridor. Wind chills in Miami will be in the upper 20s. This is the kind of weather that's going to feel like Chicago. This is the kind of weather that when you step outside Sunday morning, you might regret it and step back inside. This is the kind of weather where you have to bring your pets inside, of course. You will probably want to, if you have any like pipes outside that have water, like pool pipes, hardware for the pool pump, stuff like that, you'll want to cover it up and wrap it up. Spigots on the outside hose to avoid any kind of potential burst pipes. Sunday's highs will only reach the mid-40s. That in itself is significant because our typical high is 73 degrees. So the last time it was this cold, as judged by overnight lows with 2 hard freezes in a row, that is 2 days where temperatures were 29 degrees or colder. That was December 28th to 29th of 2010. But here we are 16 years later, and we're going to be looking at a very similar setup for this Sunday morning and Monday morning. So here's the 7-day forecast. We've got a whole slew of Fox 35 Storm Team alerts for the cold for tomorrow morning and for Thursday morning. With the kids at the bus stop in mind, it's going to feel very, very chilly. We'll warm it up a little bit warmer for Friday and Saturday, but Saturday, of course, the front comes through, it cools down. It'll be a little showery, especially in the morning, and then the bottom drops out. The wind gusting Saturday over 40 miles an hour in spots, probably a high wind advisory in effect, and then Sunday's highs only in the 40s. Groundhog Day is on Monday, and for Punxsutawney, if we're cold here, you know it's going to be frigid there. We'll see if he even emerges from the den to even try and see his shadow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be some cold weather. If you're from a different state or you're watching here online from Montana, you're probably sort of laughing at our dread of perceived misfortune. But truly, I mean, we are in a growing season here. There's a lot of money at stake with crops. We got citrus and strawberries and a lot of stuff that that shows up on the supermarket shelves in those faraway places. So I've had a lot of folks on social media from like Michigan saying, you don't know cold, why do I care? I had a guy from Quebec, Canada, say, why should I care that it's cold there? Well, beyond your vacation plans, but a lot of the produce for the north comes from Florida this time of the year, so there's kind of an impact on, in theory, prices on the shelves.
Yeah, well said. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for tracking that for us.
You bet, thanks. And we love Canada.
And we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it here. We've got much more to come on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to go ahead and get us back to Capitol Hill, where we can listen in a little bit longer to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is talking about the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, intervention in Venezuela, U.S. policy on that. This is Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, who is having a chance to ask some questions of him right now. So let's go ahead and listen in live right now.
It doesn't mean we're abandoning NATO or abandoning Europe. It does mean that we are going to have to, at some point, readjust our force posture in the world to deal with all of these realities. And as a result is why I keep making the point, the stronger our allies and more capable our allies in NATO are, the more flexibility we'll have to do that. We'll still be there with our assurances. We'll still be there with our presence. We'll still have some of the largest military deployments in the world will be in Europe with our allies. But we are going to need some flexibility to do this over time. And we've told this to our allies, and we've told them there'll be no surprises. And most of them understand it. Frankly, they do. And that's why they're moving very quickly in many cases to rearm and reinvigorate themselves.
Over the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen China gain pretty significant footholds by historical standards in South America, in Central America, in parts of the Caribbean. Sometimes this occurs simultaneously with and in the same places as drug cartels, places where drug cartels are the strongest. How would you describe the connection between those two things? Are they correlated, or is there causal?
Well, the correlation may be to the extent that you have, usually when you have strong narco organizations or drug trafficking organizations, you also have very weak states that are, in some cases, vulnerable to corruption. So the general Chinese practice has been, you go into a country, you offer to build a bunch of stuff that you end up building poorly. And to get that contract, you do it as a market share thing, not because you can make money off it, but because it puts you in place at the expense of everybody else. You sometimes have to bribe people locally in order to get that, and it gives you a foothold into that country and allows you to expand into other sectors. In some cases, frankly, it has been like in telecommunications, because Huawei shows up with a deal, and no Western company shows up with a deal that's affordable, and so they go with Huawei because they want to have 4G, not to mention 5G. Huawei provides a product that's not the best, but it's good enough, and they can afford it. And it's subsidized by the Chinese government. So we've seen that play out in place after place. It became quite acute, for example, in the Panama Canal Zone, where a Chinese company ended up owning both ports on the Pacific and on the Caribbean side and Atlantic side of that canal, which is of grave concern to the United States. So I do think you've seen their presence, largely through economic means over time, create leverage over nations in the country who become emboldened and either trapped in debt traps or trapped in bad contracts they can't get themselves out of, and always in sectors that are valuable to China that include rare earths, and critical minerals, energy, and infrastructure.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member. Secretary, good to see you again. I want to ask about the oil. Under U.S. law, funds received by the government must be deposited with the Treasury. Earlier, you testified that the funds are being held short-term in Qatar and then will move to a Treasury blocked account. What is the statutory authority for the administration relying on Qatar to hold the funds?
It's not our funds. The funds are in an account that's owned and signed. It's an account that belongs to Venezuela, but it has U.S. sanctions as a blocking mechanism on it. And one of the primary reasons why it was in a third country initially, until we could create the mechanism to move it to a U.S. presence, is twofold. One, we have an issue we're working through on recognition. What is exactly, you have to recognize a government, but we don't recognize this government. We recognize the 2015 National Assembly. So we have to find some creative way legally to meet that standard. The other is, frankly, creditors. If any of that money touched a U.S. bank, even if it was an account in the name of the Venezuelans, it would immediately be seized upon by a number of creditors who eventually we'll have to take care of, but in the short term, that would impede the ability of the Venezuelan authorities to receive the funds they need to operate.
So do you have the, I mean, this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Either it's American money, in which case it's subject to the Miscellaneous Receipts Act, and there are all kinds of things that attend to that. You're saying it's Venezuela's money, but it does sound like, according to the EO, according to the president's statements, you are in charge of that money. What authority are you relying on to be in charge, almost in a sort of receivership kind of arrangement, of how funds are both received and expended for a foreign country? Like, wouldn't you have to come to Congress to establish that kind of relationship?
Well, no, because the money never enters our hands. We only control the disbursement of the money. We don't control the actual money in the sense of, like, it comes into our bank account.
Do you think that you have somewhere in the statute or the Constitution the authority to control disbursements of a foreign country?
Well, they've agreed to this, and that's the key. They've agreed to this arrangement in which the sanctions that are placed on this oil is what blocks its distribution. So we've agreed to release sanctions and allow the disbursement of the funding as long as they're spending it in a certain way. So I understand it's novel, but it's the best we could come up with in the short term to ensure that they're...
Is there a written agreement that memorializes this?
Yes, I believe there is, and there will have to be one most certainly once we transition that to U.S. accounts.
Secretary, my understanding is the committee doesn't have this agreement.
Well, I can...
If we do or we don't?
Yeah. And you probably wouldn't because it's a Treasury matter. Treasury's handled it, but I can most certainly talk to Treasury about providing you the information.
Also, you're the National Security Advisor, so you do have a role here in coordinating between the department. So it's not just like you can punt this to Treasury.
Yeah, I just didn't bring the document with me.
I got it. Okay. I just want you to land it and get it to the committee because, look, you're being transparent. I think this is novel. I think it's funky. I think it may not even be permissible. But I don't know until I see the document, and I'd like you to just land it for us, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, like I said, and by the way, by the time I get it to you, hopefully we won't even have that account anymore. It'll be in a bit more traditional, where we can use our sanctions as leverage on how the money's being spent.
I'm just going to move on to a couple of other issues. Your comments that Havana should be concerned about the Maduro operation is fueling speculation that this administration will turn its sights to Cuba next. Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to, that doesn't mean that we're going to make it change, but we would love to see it change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would be of great benefit to the United States if Cuba was no longer governed by an autocratic regime.
But you know what we mean by regime change. We don't mean, I wish someone else were in charge. When we talk about regime change, we're talking about using the power of the United States, usually kinetic power, but often other kinds of coercion. And I'm not even saying that that's always not in our interest. I'm just saying, I'm not asking you whether we would prefer a different kind of government. I'm asking whether you are trying to precipitate the fall of the current regime.
Yeah, but that's statutory. The Helms-Burton Act, the U.S. embargo on Cuba is codified. It was codified in law, and it requires regime change in order for us to lift the embargo.
Okay. We have not received any information on the Board of Peace. Do you commit to informing us about what the heck this is?
Yeah, it's a Board of Peace.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I'll just note that Albania, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Belarus, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Egypt, Hungary, Indonesia, Israel, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Morocco, Mongolia, Pakistan, Paraguay, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, UAE, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. There are a lot of countries with whom we normally work very closely and with whom we are aligned geopolitically and in terms of values that are not on the Board of Peace. And so I think it's reasonable for us to wonder whether something in terms of a, I don't know, competitive structure to sort of either undermine the UN or circumvent the UN. I just worry that a lot of our friends are not on that list, and some of our adversaries are.
So to 2 points, the impediment that they have is, first of all, it was chartered by the UN. I mean, the UN, it's a UN resolution that actually created the mechanism by which the board was set up. And the primary and sole focus of that board right now is to administer phase 2 and phase 3 of the plan in Gaza.
Okay.
And we welcome, all these countries have been invited. Some in Europe have chosen not to join it, either because they have constitutional, they require constitutional approval of their parliament in order to join, depending on some leaders. Like, for example, I'm thinking there are a couple countries in Europe that could not join until they got permission from their vote. In other cases, because they are concerned about what you just pointed out, they argue and they want to know, is this a replacement for the UN? This is not a replacement for the UN, but the UN has served very little purpose in the case of Gaza, other than the food assistance.
Can I just
and
move
so we
on
think it's critical to have something that's in charge of that.
One final 10-second question. We are hopefully about to enact appropriations law either this Friday or soon after that. And I just want your commitment to work with my team and anyone else who has jurisdiction on the implementation of the SFOPS bill.
Yes, of course, and we're very happy you're about to pass it. Even if you pass none of the other budgets, you should pass that one.
Thank you, I agree.
You could have gone a little further than that, Secretary.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. You hear the talking about the budget. There is a deadline looming for Friday of another potential government shutdown if some of the budgets aren't passed. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Valrico earlier today talking about school choice, where he advocated for homeschooling, talked about charter schools, including Schools of Hope as well. Also announced some scholarships for students attending those schools. Here's a little bit of what Governor DeSantis had to say just a little bit ago in Hillsborough County.
Well, good morning. I hope everybody's staying warm this week. We were basking in being the only place in America pretty much that wasn't cold in the weekend, and we were sporting 75, 80 in different parts of the state. That has changed, and it's likely to get even nippier as we get into the weekend. So I know this is not something that, some people say, oh, I'd rather it be 0 degrees than 102. Some people say that. Trust me, I would not want that. I can deal with the heat. That's not a problem. It's like the cold becomes difficult. So hopefully everybody is doing well. I want to thank Grace Christian School again for hosting us. I know we've been here in the past, and I appreciate the great job you do. Barry, the principal, thank you. We also have our Education Commissioner, Stasi Kamoutsas, here, and he's doing a great job and very, very strong across a whole range of issues. So as you can imagine, this is School Choice Week nationwide. It's really something that's important for a lot of people, and there's been no state that has even come close to doing on school choice what we have here in the free state of Florida. And, we'll talk about some of the choice options, but I just think it's telling. We embarked on this mission, the first year as governor. We had some limited choice, but it wasn't what we needed. And so we did that. And we were just able to announce the other week when I was given my State of the State address that we have registered now the highest graduation rate in the history of the state of Florida, 92.2%. And so we approach this understanding that the goal of state policy is to make sure that kids get a high-quality education. The goal of state policy is not to preserve pre-existing bureaucracies above all else. The goal of state policy is not to benefit school unions at the expense of families and kids. The goal is ultimately, can a student have access to high-quality education and make the most of their own God-given talents? And there's more than one way to do that. When I was growing up in Florida, it was kind of like you lived where you lived, and that was kind of the school that you went to. You could go to private, but it was really based on whether your family had enough money to be able to afford the private school tuition. Well, now we're in a much different environment, and there's no place in the country where parents have more high-quality, meaningful choice options than in Florida. I mean, think about it. Just think about school districts, because as we are doing more charter and private choice, school districts have had to offer choice within districts. And so if you're in like Miami-Dade County, you can go to a district school that's not the one in your neighborhood. Maybe they have a program that's good for you. Maybe there's other reasons why you would do that. So we actually have robust school choice, even within the school districts, which many states do not allow. Then you look at what we have with charter schools. So charter schools are public schools, but they're not run by the school district, and generally speaking, and they're not influenced by the school unions. And I think that's something that's really, really important. I mean, we've done a lot on teacher pay since I've been governor. So because you would say, oh, you need more funding. So you'd send funding to the school districts from the state, and it would never end up going to teacher pay, to bureaucracies, this, that, all these other things. So we said, all right, we're just going to create a part in the budget. The only thing this can be used for is increased teachers. So we sent it, and we started, we started maybe $500 million. We're now asking for this year in my budget, and I think we're probably going to get support in the legislature, $1.5 billion just for teacher. That's it. And And so we've been able to increase the average minimum salary by 20%. We also have the highest now in the Southeast, and great. But as we do that, you get the money. It can only be used for teacher salary, and I have to have Stassi's going out having to police because the unions are withholding the pay increase for teachers because they're using it as leverage to bargain for other things. And so how many they still have outstanding? So right now, we did $1.35 billion in current year budget just for teacher pay. Went into effect, the budget, July 1st of last year. And today, we still, out of 67 count, we have 11 school districts that have not implemented any of the teacher salary increases because they're concerned. So it's like, why would you do it? So you can understand why a charter would want to be free from the politics of that. That's having an agenda. That's not doing what's right for the teachers if you're withholding. If you were doing what's right for the teachers, you'd have got that money out immediately and increased the salaries immediately. So the charter, they can operate separate from that, and they have a little bit more freedom to innovate. The thing about charter is that they don't get any students as a matter of right. Like, it's either parents have confidence to send or not. And so, some charters have done, we have some of the best charter schools in the country. Some don't do well, then the parents move and then move their kids out, and then you do it. So you have that. So they always have to fight for that. But I think it's interesting, if you just took our charter population in Florida, 400,000 students, demographically more disadvantaged, but yet, that 400,000, if it was its own state, which that is actually more than some states have in America in K-12 total, if it was its own state, it would rank in the top 5 for student performance. So it just shows you, you just need the right tools you can do. Now, we also have embraced homeschool and made sure our homeschool families had support they need. And that could be involved with a lot of things like, you're homeschooled, you still can play sports, at your local school, participate in activities. And so we've supported that. Also, our scholarships now, parents are able to use those ESAs to get access to tutoring and supplies and books and all that other stuff. So that's been a huge, huge thing. But then, of course, we have our private scholarships that have really changed the game. So when I became governor, we had about 100,000 kids on scholarship. And it was effectively capped because it was related to corporate tax credit scholarships. You had a Supreme Court decision that had happened, I think, in like the late 90s, sometime in maybe early 2000s, which said you couldn't have school choice effectively where parents control the money. The only reason you could do tax credit scholarship is because it never actually went into the government's coffers. And so that's the distinction that was drawn. We didn't think that the one decision was right about not having direct scholarships, so we did direct scholarships. And my first month as governor, we replaced 3 Supreme Court justices who were against scholarships with 3 who were in favor of them. And that basically removed that impediment to be able to get the scholarships in the hands of these families. And so we did it, and we've grown the program. And then a few years back, we went to totally universal. So we started off basically, it was basically poor, working class, even middle class would get it. Now we're basically just like, look, the money follows the student. If you make 50 grand, 150, we're not going to parse that. Money will follow the student. And so we now have over 500,000 students on scholarships with our family empowerment program. And so I think that's more than probably the rest of the country combined, if you want to know the truth. I mean, so that's... And so you now have an ability, if you're low income, because, look, we've got single moms that are working and they're not making, $250,000 a year, right? I mean, they're making $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 and probably wouldn't have the wherewithal to send to private without these scholarships. And so I think it's been really, really critical. And now you're in a situation where you have some options between even the school district, the charter schools, and then where you can take your private scholarship money to do. And it's our belief that when you have those options, parents are going to go to the environment that's best for their kids. And that's not always obvious. Certainly an outsider can't necessarily do that, but this is something they've done. So it's been very, very successful. And here's some of the results. So we've seen increase in school grades. 71% of all graded schools, either A or B in 25, compared to just 64% the previous year. Percentage of A schools grew from 38 to 44%, from 24 to 25. 77% of all charter schools earned an A or a B. And the number of schools earning a D or F decreased from 117 schools in 2024 to only 71 schools in 2025, and that's a reduction of 47 schools. We also have a program that's going to start, first school will start when? In 27 schools of hope, or so 27, 28. And basically, we've got a operator out of New York City, of all places, who has gone into some really tough areas there, and they have ridiculous results, like 92% proficiency in math and reading, where that's way higher than what you get, across the country, when these were places that basically no one was willing to work in. So there's some areas that have failed, that have had, failing schools, that they're going to be able to go in and operate, kind of these schools of hope, which is a lifeline to the parents in these communities. And so I look forward to being able to do that. You hear some static out there, but they're going to take over, all these schools. No, you're talking about, a relatively modest number here. Maybe you'll have a half a dozen in Miami-Dade, maybe in Broward, and a handful of spots. Maybe someplace in Tampa. I don't know, but you'll definitely have some in Southern Florida. And you know what? If people don't want to go there, then don't go there. But I will tell you, when you have a recipe that has succeeded, parents are going to respond to that and respect that. So we're excited for what we've been able to do. We've obviously been the leader on this. We're ranked #1 in education freedom every year now. We're ranked #1 in parental empowerment every year now. And we're excited for that. Now, everything we said we would do, we've done on this. But if we have options to be able to make the experience even better, then we're going to do that. So last summer, Congress passed the reconciliation legislation, and in that was a federal tax credit opportunity for school choice. And the way it works is, and I think it'll be on your current tax year if you want to claim it, you will have an opportunity. So say you owe $10,000 in taxes, you can take $1,700 of that and direct it not to the federal government, but to the scholarship granting organizations. And so how much money is the program going to end up getting? It depends on what individual taxpayers do. We did, when our tax credit is corporate tax credit. I think that makes more sense than individual, just because the corporate, you can call up and say, hey, can you do this or whatever. There's only so many, people that are filing corporate taxes, and so you can really get a lot of people to do it. And I've had conversations over the years when they were getting attacked by activist media, kind of the woke mob. Oh, you're funding a scholarship where kids are going and they're teaching, Christian, oh my gosh, oh, that's bad. And so, but the thing is, some of these executives, they get spooked. They don't want controversy. But the lesson on all that is, that mob comes after you. If you blink, they know they've got you, and they'll keep coming back and back. If you tell them to pound sand, they'll squeal. They'll squeal. They will squeal. They'll squeal, but you know what? They're not gonna mess with you anymore, because they know you don't care. And so we had to kind of fortify some of the folks that were in our scholarship program on the corporate side. So the bottom line is, we don't really know how many taxpayers are going to opt into this or not. So we don't know exactly, and we don't know how many states are going to ultimately participate in this. But there is going to be some level of money to where students will be able to be eligible for some of these scholarships. And so this will start January of 2027. it's interesting. They basically said the states have to opt into it. I'm not sure why they did that because, quite frankly, Florida, we've already done it, right? So a state that's inclined for school choice has probably done something on its own. Where you really need these scholarships, you need to get into Chicago and give these kids a lifeline, right? You need to get into Los Angeles. You need to get into some of these places, Baltimore, where they've had a lot of problems, but the unions control the education system. The Chicago Teachers Union, it's basically like Karl Marx, it reincarnated with their agenda. Very hyper-left, hyper-partisan, very mean during COVID to the students. They wanted the students out of school, locking the kids out. And then meanwhile, you'd see some of these folks in the Chicago Union, they'd be in the Bahamas just having a great time. That's the kind of stuff you're doing. So really, really partisan political control over some of these school districts. But the problem is like, I don't think those states are going to opt into it. And so you're basically in a situation where probably it's going to be Republican states that are going to by and large opt into it. I don't know why you wouldn't opt into it, but I think it's just a political thing with school unions because this will introduce some competition. But I think if you could airdrop in scholarships, to people in the south side of Chicago, the union wouldn't like that. But boy, that could potentially be game changing for those students. And so maybe they'll get there at some point. But as it stands now, states have to opt in. So when we looked at it, obviously, philosophically, we're in favor of doing it. We want to make sure it's not going to subtract from what we're already doing or somehow do that. And I think they haven't finished the regulations. They're still working on it in the Treasury Department. But I think we're confident that this is something that could be beneficial. So on School Choice Week, I can announce that Florida will be participating in this new federal education freedom tax credit. This will be something that will start January of 2027 for taxpayers to be able to do. This will allow students to get, so we basically have these ESAs. So if you're already paying tuition and you have everything, you could still get that and maybe do tutoring with it. Maybe you can do some additional supplies or books or other things to help advance the growth of your child. So it gives parents more resources, more options. We obviously, as these regulations are proposed, if there's anything in there that is somehow not going to be kosher for how Florida does it, we'll let them know. That's certainly not their intent. And so we just need to make sure that all that. But I think this could be something that's really meaningful. I think it'll supplement the great stuff we're already doing here. Probably is going to be pretty groundbreaking in states that have not yet gone down the road of school choice. But here we are further empowering residents and families to be able to make the most. And I'll tell you, look around the country. We've got these scholarships with the kids for special needs. They go to these schools, and that's what the school is geared towards. I can tell you those schools would not exist without our scholarship programs. I mean, that's how they basically are able to operate. And so we've had parents that will move from other states to Florida because they used to call them Gardner scholarships. I guess they changed. I don't know why they changed, or they changed the name on it. But it was really good, and it still is good. So you have that. The homeschooling. We have one of the biggest homeschool populations. Where do we rank in homeschooling? Do you know? At the top. Well, you know who actually is good, and so we do good in homeschool because we embrace it and we empower. I think California has a lot of homeschool too, because they're running for cover. That's why they're doing it. It's like, they don't want their second grader taught that there are 97 genders, and so they just they're opting out. They're done. Sorry. So I think they have a pretty big, but we have a big population too, and we're really, really proud of that. Proud of our charters. I mean, proud. We're doing classical academies. I mean, I was just talking to a friend of mine that runs one of them up in Northeast Florida. Classical education in a charter setting, and it's very high quality. You have more specialty schools that can develop that focus on certain, not niche, but certain specialties. And that's really, really positive. So I think the best is yet to come, because as we've empowered parents, you now have the ability to almost like mix and match the education experiences. You know, with our program, if you had a group of homeschool parents, you know, they could pull some of their ESA money, and they could bring, like, maybe there's a good teacher at like the local public school in government. Then, well, you could do and hire to come in and teach the dozen kids that are being homeschooled. You can do all kinds of things that I think are really innovative. So I want to thank everybody for being a part of that. I think this is going to supplement our efforts in a good way. What we don't want is the schools to just simply see this money's there and then raise the tuition. That's not what we want. We want the parents to actually benefit. So we'll be watching on that and seeing kind of how all that shakes out with that. And then, you know, we do have some private schools that don't accept the scholarship. And we disagree with that. I mean, I think that they'll say, well, you know, we just don't want to be entangled with anything. But, you know, that's not what the state has done. The parent is the one that's ultimately directing it, not us. And so they're doing it. I think it's just because, you know, they don't necessarily want to have people from lower demographics going to the school. And I think that's unfortunate because, you know, you have opportunities to really lift people up. But nevertheless, I think 90-some% do accept it. And we're thankful that they accept it. So, all right, well, we'll hear from our Hammer Education.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today. It is National School Choice Week and was talking about school choice. Florida opting in to the tax credit program, the new Trump school choice program as well. I believe that's 26 states who have now opted in at this point to that program. So we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. An exciting show on stage at Dr. Phillips Center in downtown Orlando. We're talking about Harry Potter and the Cursed Child now with the premiere last night, and exciting. Still a lot of opportunities to see that if you are interested. It's going to be playing there for the next couple of weeks. We want to bring in Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, with his wand, with his robe. Saw the show last night, Theron, and it sounds like you are impressed by it.
That I am. I have to say that Harry Potter and the Cursed Child is one of, if not the most visually impressive shows I have ever seen for like a touring style show. You can expect a lot of really big special effects like when you go to our theme parks because it's built for it. The stage is built for it. Everything is meant so that they can run it exactly how it is. But as you know, the Dr. Phillips Center has shows all throughout the year. I don't want to give away any spoilers, but the amount of magic and special effects and things that they did in that theater, I was very, very impressed with what I saw. Even if you don't like Harry Potter, say you don't care about Harry Potter at all, this is just a magic show for basically 3 hours straight with tons of visual effects and sleight of hand magic.
Yeah, what are some of the things we can expect? Some of the things that we see.
So this show is going to be based about 19 years after the books and the films. So if you watch all the original Harry Potter films, this is about 19 years after that. You're going to still know some of these characters like Harry Potter and Ron and Hermione, but there are new characters, and that's what this show is going to be mostly about, is some of those characters and kind of what it's like to be the kids of some of these iconic characters and what they have to do when they go to Hogwarts themselves. They're going to use, again, some tricks, and I don't want to give everything away, but I mean, there is stuff where they're standing in front of you and literally the lights go out for a half second and it comes back and every single person has transformed. They have on different costumes. They look different. They do live effects directly in front of you. So it's one of those things that, of course, you know, the original Harry Potter films use a ton of CGI. They use a lot of special effects, but that's a movie and they can go back and perfect it. Doing something like that live on stage is really, really what kind of impressed me. Obviously, the story was really fun as well. If you're a Harry Potter fan, if you love some of that nostalgia and seeing kind of a sequel to it, that was great. But really the thing that got me was just the visual effects were nonstop. I don't think a single scene went by that there wasn't like a wow moment. They were using projection mapping to make it look like the set was moving and pieces were transforming. The set itself could move. They did a bunch of pyrotechnics and visual effects live and right in front of the audience. And so when it comes to that, it was just, I really would call it like a visual spectacle of a show.
What was the reaction from the crowd?
Oh, there was a lot of oohs and ahs and occasionally a scream if one of the effects was really powerful that went off. And I think that was great, is you could really hear the audience. And it helps too. You know, there's a lot of Broadway plays that have gone around. There's a lot of people that have heard about these shows, but they don't maybe necessarily know the characters until they get there. It'd be hard to find someone that hasn't even heard the name of Harry Potter, right? So if you know Harry Potter and you've loved it, and I do recommend that if you're going to see this show, you should really have seen those movies or have read the books because there's a lot of references to them that if you've never seen it might confuse you. The website itself, the Cursed Child website, does have basically a recap if you want to be reminded or if you just want to know real quick before you see the show. But if you're someone that's known these characters for years and decades and you've really, really learned to love them, seeing them again older and they're still playing into what you kind of expect, and now you get to see their kids and how their kids have transformed and how that all kind of combines together, I think that fans would really, really enjoy this. And around me, the entire performance, you could hear people, you know, getting teary-eyed or starting to laugh or a lot of oohs. I mean, you just saw on the screen there the fire effects. There's some serious effects that I really didn't think that they were going to do inside of the Dr. Phillips Center. Stuff that, you know, that they do on the Broadway production, but maybe for a touring production like this might not be able to be accomplished. And I was wrong. They do some seriously big special effects inside of that theater. So you didn't expect everything that you saw? That is correct. Yeah. I mean, I went in trying to know as little as possible. I didn't read, you know, you can see the play as kind of like a book style now, and you can go and buy that. I didn't look that up. I didn't read that. I was trying to go in partially blind. I kind of understood, you know, you walk into it and it's about Harry Potter and a cursed child, of course, but I didn't know a ton of what I was going into. And I knew that this had to be visually effects heavy. It's also not a musical, so there's no singing inside of this. There is beautiful dancing and there's audio, but there's not like a full musical production. So this is basically a 3-hour Harry Potter film sequel. And I knew that's what I was going into. That being said, I was very impressed with a lot of the stuff that was going on. There's just certain scenes where something goes off and I was sitting there going, wait a minute, I have no idea how they just pulled that off. Because, you know, when you get close enough to a stage, you can sometimes see strings or sometimes see other things that give it away. And I was just sitting there going, I genuinely have no idea how they just did that. That's it sounds impressive. So what do people need to know if they're interested? How long is this going to be here? And what do people need to know about going to see the show? Yeah, so the show is happening at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. It's going to be going on almost every single day now through February 15th, but it's off on most Mondays. There's usually numerous shows that are happening per day, so you can see it in the afternoon or later in the evening. The show does last about 3 hours long, and there's about a 20-minute intermission in the middle. The cheapest tickets that I have been able to find were about $49, and it goes up a lot more than that if you want to get really close to the stage. But you can decide which of those would work best for you. A positive for this show is maybe sitting a little farther back might also help sell some of those effects. So the cheaper seats might work in your favor for that. Again, I didn't really notice how a lot of them worked, but that might even work in your favor. And again, I do really recommend you need to get a recap on some of the books and some of the movies, or hopefully you've seen them many times and you're a fan before doing it. Because if you don't know the story, and it's 3 hours long, I mean, it is a serious production that they're putting into it. I was impressed with how many times the stage transformed and all the stuff that was going on. Again, I don't want to give any spoilers, because if I say any of the special effects, it'll kind of give it away. But I will say, if you are a special effects or a magic fan, even if you're not the biggest Harry Potter fan, I think you would be really, really impressed with what they were able to pull off.
All right, good to know there. Now, I do need to know, did you wear the robe to the show last night?
I did not. It was really cold last night, as it has been this entire week. And maybe the robe would have kept me somewhat warm, but I already had 2 winter jackets on. So I brought it out now. I figured it'd be a good time, though.
Yeah, and I guess you could have used your wand and created a little fire to keep you warm as well.
I do have to learn a little bit more magic. I did actually bring this to the show last night so I could get a picture with it. So I will let you know. You can take this through security. If you want to get a photo after the show, you can bring a wand in.
All right, that is good to know. Everything you need to know about
Exactly.
going to Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We appreciate you joining us and talking with us about that.
Always happy to join you. Have a magical day.
All right. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation is suing the state of Florida over changes to a treatment assistance program. The State Department of Health recently made some changes, enacted a rule change, essentially changing the eligibility requirements and the threshold for the AIDS Drug Assistance Program. This is a program that helps pay for a specific treatment drug for HIV and AIDS. What they did was they lowered the income eligibility, essentially changing it from the threshold was 400% of the federal poverty level, so about $62,000. for an individual. That was kind of the threshold where if you made more than that, you couldn't get the help for this. But in March, the change has been made to go into effect as of March. That would change it to 130% of the federal poverty level. So that means about someone making about $20,000, an individual, if they made more than that, they'd be ineligible for that assistance. And so this group, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the AHF, they are saying that this means 15 to 16,000 HIV patients in Florida could lose access to their treatment medication when that rule goes into effect on March 1st. And so they're concerned about that. They say they care for about 21,000 people here in the state of Florida, nearly 18,000 of them with HIV. And so they have now filed a petition with Florida's Division of Administrative Hearings because they are arguing that this rule change was done illegally, that it was not part of the mandatory rulemaking process, that this rule to change that was not done the right way. And so they are trying to get someone to step in. They're seeking an expedited hearing on this matter. The AHF did hold a news conference earlier today where they talked about the importance of this, why they're fighting for this, and what they want people to know.
I'm here to talk about of what's on the ground across the state. What we are is we're receiving dozens, hundreds of calls from patients who are terrified, who are confused, who are full of anxiety and fear. These are working Floridians of 16,000 people, according to NASDAQ, the National Alliance of AIDS Directors. These patients are receiving letters saying that they have weeks to for medication that alive and that costs upwards of $45,000 a year. What the state announced just a was a reduction of the eligibility threshold from 400% to 130%. What Tom will touch on in a little bit, it didn't with county health programs, with community-based organizations, with providers across the state. This was not done in the correct manner, and it will have devastating consequences. Those 16,000 people, but also on health infrastructure. Today is January 28th. We only have 32 days until these proposed changes take effect. Nearly half of the 36,000 people who currently are AIDS drug assistance program will be disenrolled in 32 days' time. Patients are asking us, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to survive, and we don't have a good answer for it. It's important that I mention local officials were not consulted on this decision, because that's what they are learning this week, and they have put that in writing. Additionally, the federal government, HRSA, has published this week that they acknowledge the fact that these proposed changes will cause, quote unquote, patient challenges. So, in closing, everyone sees, and the state needs to fix it. Other important data that I'd like to share is that ADAP generates $1 million in rebates, to budget. So cutting this program now loses money, and it also costs lives. So, the legislative session is currently active. They will be in session 13th. So the time to fix this is now, before more. And so we are here to support those efforts. We are open to conversations with Florida leadership, mainly because the patients across the state, they cannot wait. This that was filed yesterday is a tool, not necessarily a goal. Our goal ultimately is to make sure that on their medications stay in treatment for others. So to close, we have 32 days. And there's still time to get this right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Esteban, and thank you for attending this conference. My name is Tom Myers. I'm the General Counsel and Chief of Public Affairs for AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'll sort of just walk you through some of the legal stuff, I guess. Just to be clear, the ADAP program stands for AIDS Drug Assistance Program. It's part of the federal Ryan White Care Act. Its main function is money that goes to the states that allows them to provide HIV/AIDS drugs and insurance premium support to low-income people with HIV/AIDS. It allows people with HIV/AIDS to get access to this life-saving medication. Without this medication, one, people who have HIV and are unable to take it, they get sicker. They end up in the emergency rooms. They lose time at work. They're unable to take care of their families. In addition, treatment, being adherent to this medication, is the best way to prevent new infections. People who take these meds and are consistently adherent to them are non-infectious. So, if these cuts go through, you're going to have sicker people and you're going to have more HIV infections, which ultimately is going to cost the state a lot more money. And, what the state has done in unilaterally announcing these changes, they've not followed their own rules in how changes are to be made. This is an administrative complaint. There's a process that the department has to follow when trying to make these cuts, and for very good reason, because of the known harmful impact of these cuts. They need to go through a process of rulemaking, notice and comment, taking evidence to see, one, do they have the authority to do this? Two, is it a good idea? Three, what are the harms that are going to happen? Four, is there potentially another way to resolve this issue if there is an issue? We don't know exactly why they're doing this. There are claims that there's some budget gap, but we don't know. All we do know is that they're intending to potentially cut 16,000 people off from life-saving medication. So we filed an action yesterday along with an ADAP recipient challenging the method in which they've done this. And what we're hoping is that the administrative courts in Florida will say, wait a second, if you're going to make these changes, or if you want to make these changes, you've got to follow the rules, which you clearly haven't followed. Give it time, give it the proper process, hear from people, study the issue, study the problem before you make these cuts, which are definitely going to harm people. And that's really what this lawsuit is all about. Again, we, hopefully, as Esteban said, what we want to see, hopefully the result is that the state reverses itself, whether it does that legislatively, whether it does that administratively. We're open to any of it, but that's the whole point of this lawsuit. So we've asked for an expedited process to see whether or not Florida, the Department of Health, is following the law in trying to implement these cuts on the timeline they're doing it and in the manner that they're doing it. That's really the case in a nutshell. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any. I'll send it back to Amar for follow-up.
So again, thank you, Tom and Esteban. And we do know that there were some audio issues in the beginning, so please forgive us. I've been monitoring the chat and did not see any immediate questions. For our media reps, I'm sorry, we do have a question, Tom, from Christine Sexton, who says, what would a legislative fix look like?
A legislative fix could be, again, from what we understand, the department is claiming there is a budget gap. We don't know whether that's true or not, that's precipitating these cuts. A legislative fix could be appropriations. That's one potential legislative fix. There could be other changes to the law that would allow people to continue the access.
Hey, Tom, we have another question. Is there a component of this suit that would directly enjoin implementation of this plan? If not, should additional action be filed?
Again, if the administrative process finds that the Department of Health hasn't followed the processes and followed the rules in determining whether or not to make this cut, the cuts won't happen until that process happens. At that point, even if that process goes through, it doesn't mean the cuts will happen. There can be other solutions in the interim. There can be a determination that actually Florida doesn't have the authority to make these cuts. So that this is the very beginning of this. Potentially, if there needs to be injunctions or other types of actions down the road, we're certainly looking at that. But this is the first step in trying to get this thing resolved.
And then, Tom, two other questions that we have. One, where was this lawsuit filed? And then there's been word.
So there's from that news conference there earlier today. I want to get you live now to Tallahassee. This is the Transportation Appropriations Committee. They are getting ready to discuss a committee substitute for Senate Bill 382, which was introduced by Senator Keith Truenow, Republican from Tavares. And this is about e-bike safety regulations and a number of other things, creating a task force on that. Let's go ahead and listen in to Senator Truenow as he talks about his bill.
Does the following: creates a provision that riders must yield to pedestrians on a shared pathway and provide an audible signal before passing. An operator may not operate an electric bicycle at speeds greater than 10 miles an hour if a pedestrian is within 50 feet. A person who fails to comply with this subject to a non-criminal traffic infraction and is punishable as a non-moving violation as per Chapter 318 of the Florida statute. An e-bike safety task force will be created to examine and recommend improvements to state law and to encourage the safe operation of these bicycles. Once that task force is put in place, no later than 30 days of the effectiveness of this bill, they will get to work and they will work with the Highway Patrol, sheriff's offices, and police departments and compile data on crash reports and then push that information forward. By October 15th of 2026, each sheriff's office and police department shall submit their reports to the Department of Highway Safety. The department shall then submit a report by October 31st of 2026 to the governor, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and that is the bill.
Thank you, Senator Truenow. Any questions on the bill? Senator Truenow, I do have a question. Obviously, we're talking about e-bicycles. Has there been any conversations with the stakeholders and even people in the public, law enforcement, about e-scooters?
I think the bill speaks to, all those types of transportation, e-scooters, bicycles, whatever it is.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And the reason why, and I'm going to have a question at the end here maybe, but the reason why I bring that up, I had a constituent in the Tampa Bay area. Her son was a student at USF, and he was unfortunately tragically killed in a e-scooter accident. And her challenge was, when law enforcement filled out that report, there was no way for them to identify the fact that he was killed on an e-scooter. And so, obviously, she's been very engaged on this bill that you're sponsoring, and I appreciate that. So my question is, can you speak to kind of how the reporting is and whether or not there might be an opportunity to add the e-scooter to those reports through your bill?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So, yeah, this bill is to set aside a task force of various different community members and come up with those answers to those questions so that we can come back next year and hopefully, add to this legislation to accomplish just what you're saying. It's a little bit complicated when you're talking about e-bikes and off-road and on-road and who can drive and what age they should be or should they have a driver's license. So there's some time it's going to have to take here to really flush it out.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Senator Wright for a question. Questions, if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So
Senator Trudeau, to me, e-bikes is just a nice little way of saying it's an electric motorcycle. And that's basically what you have is an electric motorcycle. And I like what's in your, what you've proposed so far, but I think you're aware that it's not a big deal to make these little so-called e-bikes go as much as 55 miles per hour. And I'm wondering how you feel that we're going to actually control the bike riders to stay at 10 miles per hour or less, and what they're going to use for an audible horn other than their mouth, and so forth. So I think it's going to be difficult, and I'm just wondering what your plans are to try and make these e-bike riders comply with the laws of the land as we have to when we're driving a motorcycle or driving a car on a public roadway.
Senator Trudeau?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Wright, for the question, Chairman. You know, that's the difficult thing we're trying to figure out here, really and truly. I mean, if it were up to me, we could just ban them from being on the sidewalk with pedestrians completely, and that solves a lot of problems. But then it also slows down, you know, people's mode of transportation to get to and from wherever they gotta go. So you're right. That's the problem we're facing is these modifications can be made very easily, and you know more accidents occur from it. So that's why we're doing what we're doing today.
Senator Wright?
So one more question is, I'm just really concerned in how you think we can handle having these mixed with people on pedal bikes and moms and dads pushing their loved ones or walking their dog, and here comes this electric motorcycle, in my opinion, on the streets. What can we do to try and help them feel more comfortable and not afraid to go out and walk on a public walkway that currently is only allowed to have pedestrian traffic on it?
Senator Trudeau?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the question. You know, I think there's an education portion of this that will go into place as well. With the Sheriff's Department, they've talked about doing some education pieces at schools and helping people understand the severity of the problems. Again, this is why this bill exists today, is for these same questions that we're asking ourselves.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our appearance forms. First up, we've got Chip Denmark, a lieutenant with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, is waving in support. Thank you for being here, sir. With the AARP, Karen Murillo, waving in support. Thank you for being here. Allie McNair with the Florida Sheriff's Association, waving in support. Thank you for being here. Cookie Pritt with the Florida Police Chiefs Association. She's waving in support. Erin Ballas, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, waving in support. Thank you for being here. Well, this is a tricky one. Nancy Meteor Bowen, I'm so sorry. Can you come on up and please correctly state your name, and I apologize. I have a really tough last name. They do it to me all the time, and I really don't mind, so I hope you don't either, but you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I am Nancy Mateer Bowen, Vice Mayor of the City of Coral Springs. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 382. In my community, residents talk to me about e-bikes almost every day. Not because they're anti-e-bikes, but because they're concerned about safety. Seniors tell me that they're startled when e-bikes fly past them on the sidewalks. Parents worry when they're walking with their young children. Drivers are alarmed when e-bikes suddenly zip off the sidewalk and into traffic without stopping at crosswalks or intersections. Sidewalks and crossings are shared spaces, and right now, the rules haven't caught up with how fast and powerful the bikes have become. This bill brings common sense back into the shared space, slowing down to 10 miles per hour when pedestrians are nearby, yielding the right of way, and giving audible signal when passing are simple steps that prevent confusion and accidents. Requiring a license for e-bikes capable of exceeding 28 miles per hour is also reasonable. At those speeds, accountability matters for riders, pedestrians, and drivers alike. I also strongly support the electrical bike electric bicycle safety task force, and improved crash reporting. Local governments, like mine, need real data to address risk before someone is seriously hurt. And in my community, more than often, those individuals are being seriously hurt. This legislation doesn't punish riders. It protects people. It protects my community. And that's what our communities are asking for, protection. I respectfully ask for your support, and thank you, Senator. Thank you all.
Thank you for being here today. Okay, next up, we've got Nicki Bosley. Come on up. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicki Bosley, and I'm a colonel with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Chairman, Senators, I appreciate your time today. I would like to talk to you about school zone safety, because a lot of the issues that you are trying to fix, we have done so in Hillsborough County. Our school zone speed safety program is achieving great milestones, and the data we've collected over the past several months proves that all day enforcement is essential to keeping our students safe, not just during...
Ms. Bosley, I hate to do this to you.
Yes.
And it's my fault. I didn't read the bill number on your appearance form. That's for a bill that I'm presenting a little bit later.
Yes.
So you've done great. It's practice.
Yes.
Sometimes we need
Practice
practice.
run.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
And then I'll obviously, Vice Chair Polsky will have you come back up.
Yes,
but
sir.
I do apologize for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Thank you. Okay. Captain James Cunningham with the Collier County Sheriff's Office. I thought, boy, she's in law enforcement. Why would she oppose this bill? You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. Once again, thank you for an opportunity to speak before you. And I stand in support of the bill as presented to you. To your point, the classifications of what is currently identified today in law of the 3 classes of e-bikes is truly very outdated, not only outdated, but the data being collected and what is happening in the field do not match up. And so the safety task force, we believe, would be a significant enhancement, trying to find the way to collect the correct data so it's collectively collected uniformly throughout the state so that we can put together the measures, the proper measures in the enforcement as we move forward in legislation. We had a situation just last year where a 14-year-old on what we call an e-moto went through a stop sign, was hit by a vehicle, and he was tragically killed. In the course of that legislation, when I actually looked for the fatalities, it was included within our overall fatalities within the county, was not included within bicycles because it was not within the statute, and there was no uniform process to be able to address and how that was reported as a fatality. So to your point, the safety task force that you're looking at would be a way for us to create uniform data matrix so we can properly address not only the classes that are in the legislation, but several of the pieces you're talking about. 79% of all of our crashes in our county related to e-bikes result in injury to the e-bike rider or others. In addition to that, 38% of those e-bikes are actually at fault for the crash in our county specifically. And so obviously we're seeing an increase in the number of crashes involving bicycles, even though our fatalities in that are going down. We're seeing the inverse on specifically to e-bikes. And so your assistance with allowing us to data collect and was given within this legislation will help in that in the future. So we can come back before you next year with some of the provisions that are being asked for. Again, standing in support and thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate that. Okay, we got Joshua Simmons. Good afternoon, sir. You're recognized and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of this committee. Mr. Chair, I have to say, not only do you and I share the same hairstyle, we also share the same mind. And I say that because I appreciate and I want to commend the sponsor for tackling this issue. It's a growing issue. It's not something that can necessarily be put back into the box because parents are buying their children these motorized apparatuses, right? But really, I would love to see more about e-scooters because those are becoming a big problem in our city where I am a commissioner in the beautiful city of Coral Springs, where it is the premier place to live, work, and raise a family. And I'm here for the children that have been injured being on these e-scooters. And we're actually going to be going into a public campaign to try to educate our parents, our children around this issue. But I want to make sure that we can't necessarily enforce our way out of this problem, but I want to make sure if we are going to address any of these motorized apparatuses that we also include language around e-scooters, because that needs to be in there. Our police department are doing what they can, but I am grateful that they're going to have more with this bill, so I am speaking in support. I am just asking if we can add a little bit more when it comes to e-scooters as well. Thank you all for your time today, and I appreciate you all hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. And we've got Stephanie Vanos. Good afternoon. Welcome. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Stephanie Vanos, Orange County School Board member for District 6. We're here speaking in support of this bill. Thank you, Rep. Trunow, for introducing this bill. Since I have been on the board, I have heard so many concerns from parents, community members. We've had so many of our students involved in really significant accidents on e-bikes, and I will also say e-scooters as well. We would ask, though, that with the task force, that the task force include a school board member, potentially someone from FSBA, so that that education piece is included in the conversation with the task force, as our students are significantly impacted by these e-bikes. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate that. Okay, that concludes our appearance forms. Senators, any debate on the bill? Any debate? Senator Mayfield in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm in support of the bill. I think the challenge we're going to have is enforcement as anything. We have an issue in our community with these, and we had a 79-year-old man killed a few weeks ago on an e-bike. And so they are dangerous. It amazes me when you see 7, 8, 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, which I have seen in my community, riding these e-bikes, and they just buzz down, sidewalks, and they're very dangerous. But again, the enforcement is going to be very challenging on what we do. So I'm looking forward to how what the task force comes back with in some of the recommendations to help to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mayfield. Senator Wright in debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to be up on this bill today, but I hope that we can work together, Senator Trunow, on this, because it's all well and good to say that the bikes can only go 10 miles per hour, but I've often thought about saving the state a lot of money and just stop putting up highway traffic speed limits, because no one's reading them either. So maybe this is going to be a difficult thing to keep them at 10 miles an hour. Audible signal, that's a good idea. But we see it every day. We see it on our public roads every day. People riding these e-bikes, and they are not stopping at stoplights. They're not stopping at stop signs. They're all of a sudden just making a right turn and then doing a U-turn and going back and continue on their way. They need to follow the law the same as a licensed driver follows the law. So I applaud you for doing this bill, because we do get a lot of calls in my district office every day. Even my own aides have almost been hit and almost hit people on e-bikes because they're moving so fast. But I'm going to be up on it so we can keep this thing moving for you, but I would really like to spend some time and try to put some good teeth into it. And I think the task force will be a good start. Maybe in the meantime, we say don't write them until they pass the task force. But anyway, I appreciate the time, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wright. Any further debate? I will also echo that. Senator Trunow, thank you for bringing this bill. In Pinellas County, I represent the Barrier Islands, and, when we get really busy during tourist season, which is now really through April and May, what's really frustrating is I see these e-bicycles on the sidewalks, or they're, on the bike lane going in the opposite direction. And it's so obvious to me that it's just a matter of time before there's a serious, accident that happens. And obviously those have happened. I think this approach, is balanced. And to your point, Senator Trunow, I think it's true. I think we all would agree that maybe we just, eliminate them altogether. The problem, unfortunately, or fortunately, is that there are commuters going back and forth to work, that this is their mode of transportation. And so I think that we need to create those standards that are required, that are common sense, that are balanced. I think certainly this is going in that direction. And again, I really want to potentially see e-scooters included in this somehow. I do think that that's a problem, and I think my my good friend who we share the same barber, he has those concerns, and I appreciate you coming up and mentioning that. So, Senator Trunow, well done. I look forward to this good bill continuing moving through our process. And with that, you are recognized to close on your bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think the stakeholders have spoken today, and we have a lot of work to do with this bill. And I look forward to working with others to try to hone in on that. And I agree. Scooters need to be more specific in the bill. I think we can fix that pretty easily. Responsibility and respect for others on the street, it's a big deal. And these people that need to use these vehicles to get to and fro to work or for daily function, I think they are respectful for others. But I think we have a group of young people out there that are not abiding by the rules, and that's a tough challenge. It's a hard thing to get your hands around. So hopefully this bill helps us in that direction, and I ask for your help on this and get it to the finish line.
Thank you, Senator. Please call the roll on CS for Senate Bill 382.
Senator Arrington? Yes. Senator Avila? Yes. Senator Bernard? Yes. Senator Bracey Davis?
Yes.
Senator Grahl? Yes. Senator Leek?
Yes.
Senator Martin? Yes. Senator Mayfield? Yes. Senator McLean? Yes. Senator Smith? Yes. Senator Trunow? Yes. Senator Wright? Yes. Vice Chair Polsky? Yes. Chair DeSigley?
Yes. By your vote, CS for Senate Bill 382 is reported favorably. Thank you, Senator Trunow. Okay, Senators, we're now going on to tab number 5.
So that bill has been reported favorably out of the committee here. This is the Transportation Appropriations Committee moving forward that e-bike safety bill. We are also watching another bill in that committee, so we'll see if we may be able to get you back in that meeting coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in St. Pete, where State CFO Blaise Ngolia is getting ready to speak. You see on the podium there, it says FAFO Audit. That is the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight. Also stands for fool around and find out, as we know. The CFO has been going around the state, holding these news conferences in a lot of different localities, talking about what he believes to be excessive and wasteful spending in these different cities and counties all across Florida. So today in the city of St. Pete, and expected to talk about that as well in just moments. So we will keep an eye out for this news conference to begin. You can see the poster on the right there saying FAFO methodology, talking about how they go about doing this, because they use the base budget, inflation, and population to look at budget growth and kind of looking at it from that point of view, instead of just highlighting specific items of spending that they believe to be wasteful or excessive. So we expect the CFO to talk about that, and he will release the numbers for the city of St. Pete. This does fit into the state's effort to eliminate property taxes in the state. We know they have said that part of that mission to be able to do that is to cut spending so that counties and cities are not relying on the revenue, the same level of revenue that they currently are. It looks like this is getting underway. The CFO going to be introduced here. So let's go ahead and listen in as he gets ready to.
We are here to talk about taxes and how that might affect all of us here in the state of Florida. Not only do I live around the corner here and pay local St. Petersburg taxes, I obviously, as a business owner, pay that too. It's important. We employ over 300 people here at the Birchwood and the Teak across the street. So expenses are important to us. Keeping a healthy business is important to us. So we're very anxious to hear what our Chief Financial Officer has to say to us today. So please give a warm welcome to our Chief Financial Officer, to Mr. Ngolia.
Thank you. Guys, please stop. I appreciate that, but there is absolutely no need to stand. Just making sure, are you guys picking me up okay back there? Sound, you guys okay? All right, because it was facing this way. So good morning. My name is Blaise Ngolia. I am the Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. It is great, or maybe not so great, to be here with you today. The city of St. Petersburg is great for me to be here. I love the state of Florida. I love everything about the state of Florida. But you know who I love more than the state of Florida? The taxpayers of the state of Florida. And that's why we're doing what we are doing. Housing affordability is a big issue here in the state of Florida. I have been committed to making sure that we find solutions to make sure that this state does not turn into New York when it comes to taxation and regulation. It's unfortunate, but what we've seen over the past couple of years, we have seen the level of property taxes approach New York City levels, although we are relatively, as a whole, as a state, fiscally responsible. The things that are creating, I guess, some societal angst in the state is property taxes. Because we have seen local governments grow exponentially over the past 5 or 6 years, and we all know that it is a big issue. We can see our property values go up. We can see our property taxes go up, but we cannot, and we have a hard time contextualizing exactly how much they've gone up, and so we can put a number on it, so we can go to our elected officials and say, you know what, now it's probably time for property tax reform. Since I've entered this office as CFO, I've been laser focused on affordability. I've been laser focused on reducing the size and scope of government, making it more accountable, and quite frankly, making it cheaper and cost less for the taxpayers who actually fund in the first place. So we have been doing these, what we call FAFO audits, FAFO standing for Florida Agency for Fiscal Accountability. And this is a high-level spending exercise to show and contextualize, as we say, just how large government has grown and to put a number on it. So far, we have reviewed the spending habits and the spending trends of 12 local governments. And so far to date, we have found that over those 12 local governments, $1.92 billion in wasteful, excessive spending in just 1 year, last year alone. Now, this is an exercise that reviews in between 5 and 6 years, so that is not a cumulative number. That is just 1 year, last year alone. So with that, some numbers to throw out. And look, before we go through out the numbers that we have found already, I want to say, because this is important, they are going to go, local governments are going to come up with every excuse in the book. They're going to say, yeah, we needed to spend all this money because of X. So that means we had to tax you that much. They are going to, one of the things that we hear, and this is what I wanted to bring up before we start going into the numbers that we've already done, is that they say this is a partisan exercise, right? This is not a partisan exercise. This is a taxpayer protection exercise. And I will prove that to you by some of these numbers. They will say that I'm only visiting blue counties. That is absolutely 100% not true. And if a media type says that, you can call BS on them, because I'm going to call BS on them right now. They love doing that because they want you to think that these numbers aren't real, that they're somehow made up, that there's somehow some partisan exercise to put blue cities or blue counties under the microscope in an effort to sort of change it to a red city or a red county. What I want to change is government spending. I do not care if you are a blue city or a blue county. If you are doing something wrong with the taxpayer dollars, I'm going to call you out. Conversely, if you are a blue city or a blue county who is actually being fiscally responsible, I'm going to praise you. If you are a red city or a red county that is being fiscally responsible, I'm going to praise you. If you are a red city or a red county that is being fiscally irresponsible with your money, I'm going to call you out also. I'm here to call balls and strikes on behalf of the taxpayers. I am not here to create a partisan exercise to try to take over elections. That is not what I'm here to do. So let's go over some of the numbers that make up that $1.92 billion. Miami-Dade County, we have found $302 million last year of excessive and wasteful spending. I tried to get $3 more million because I really wanted to say Miami-Dade 305. It just didn't work out. The city of Jacksonville, $199 million worth of wasteful and excessive spending. Palm Beach County, $344 million of excessive and wasteful spending. Hillsborough County was $278 million worth of excessive and wasteful spending. Orange County, blue city, I'm sorry, the city of Orlando, excuse me. City of Orlando, blue city. Only, relatively, based upon their size, according to our calculations, overspent and overtaxed by $22 million, a relatively small amount. We went to the city of Orlando and we said, hey, these guys are actually doing a pretty good job. Now, red counties, deep red Manatee County, all Republican. I think it's the registration is overwhelmingly 2-to-1 Republican to Democrat. Up until that point, they were one of the worst offenders when it comes to overtaxing and overspending. With a relatively small budget, they still overspent and overtaxed to the tune of $112 million just last year alone. Now, as a percentage basis, that was the highest that we have seen until we visited another red county, Nassau County, which we visited last week. And they have excessively spent $53 million. They are a much smaller county, growing county, but on a percentage base, that supplanted Manatee as the largest on a percentage basis. We tell you this to prove to you that we are on the side of the taxpayers only when it comes to this. Because how can you trust a CFO that gets up here and starts spouting out numbers if he doesn't hold both political parties accountable for their wasteful and excessive spending. Now, let me remind you also that is $1.92 billion of excessive and wasteful spending in just 1 year alone. And I want to make this clear for everyone in this room and everyone, the media in the back who are filming this. Local governments are going to try to excuse away, like I said, every dollar that they're spending. They're going to make every excuse in the book. They're going to send out their big government apologists. You are going to see local politicians get on TV and be quoted in a newspaper saying anything and anything to try to keep their big bloated budgets. Why? Because deep down they know that they did something wrong. They saw the extra pot of money coming in post-COVID from the federal government and expanded government, added programs, and added full-time employees. And then what they saw is another big pot of money coming in with the property taxes that were coming in, because during COVID, we were one of the few states, the first state to open, and then everyone started flooding here, supply and demand problem. We didn't have enough housing. Housing prices took off. Property taxes took off. Deep down inside, they know that they overspent. But you know what? Just like government, they like throwing money to the problem. They don't want to solve problems. They throw money to the problem. So they do not want to get rid of that big pot of money. In fact, it's a little bit more nefarious than that. The cities and the counties, are going to take your own tax dollars. What you give to them, they're going to give to other organizations up in Tallahassee, who will then lobby against you, the taxpayers who are funding it. You are de facto funding your opposition on property tax reform, and that's why we're here today, to prove that you can actually cut property taxes. Local governments can cut their budgets and still fund the essential services that are important to people. The government is being overfunded, and they're just spending that money. But they're also going to use scare tactics. They're going to say, but if we cut our budgets, we are going to have to cut fire. We are going to have to cut police. Not true whatsoever. And we'll go over and explain why. They're going to say that because they want you to think, well, if we cut property taxes, maybe it's going to take longer if I have to call EMS. Maybe it's going to call longer if I have to call fire. Maybe it's going to take longer if I have to call police. That's not accurate. We've been through these games before. By a show of hands here, who was here in the mid-2000s and saw the last property tax revolt? They did the same thing. They said the sky was going to fall if we had another constitutional amendment offering more property tax relief. Government survived. And quite frankly, what I care more about government is you. I want you guys to survive, because you all the ones that are funding government. So local governments are taking this extra funds, and they're not even helping with fire and police in most cases, a little, but what they are doing is expanding the administrative state. They're expanding government itself. Now, I want to be clear for everyone, please do not confuse DOGE with FAFO, two separate things, okay? That is important distinction for everyone. DOGE is looking for specific line items in the budget that people would find objectionable, wasteful. What we are doing is we are contextualizing how large government has grown relative to population, and that is an effective way of actually going to do it. And the big thing that they're going to do is they are going to discount our methodology, how we derive at those numbers. They are going to say that our methodology is ridiculous. It doesn't show up anywhere in practical purposes. They've never heard of it. Or have we? The same methodology that we are applying to local governments here to come up with our numbers, the state of Colorado actually uses it. In 1993, voters in Colorado voted and ingrained in their constitution a taxpayer bill of rights. And effectively it says this, is that government cannot grow as a way to keep government small and accountable. Government cannot grow faster than inflation and population. And if you do, then you have to refund the money back to the citizens because you are growing government too quickly. It is considered the gold standard of holding governments accountable. So let's go over our methodology. And we've been arguing this point with local governments, county administrators. You've had politicians elected officials go on TV and in print and saying that the way they do it is just wrong. It doesn't have any proof in the real world. Let me point you to this placard over here. James Madison Institute.
As he talks a little bit about the methodology, which we talked about earlier, we're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then when we come back, we'll get you right back to this news conference as the CFO continues to speak right now in St. Pete. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. I want to get you back to St. Pete, where CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking now, talking about the findings of one of his recent FAFO audits, where he's talking about what he believes to be government excessive and wasteful government spending in the city of St. Pete. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Increased cost of goods, inflation. You have more population moving into an area. You need more fire. You need more police. You need some more services. That also includes inflation for personnel, raises, bonuses for people, anything that a government would normally need. So when we apply this methodology to the city of St. Petersburg, what we find is that over 6 years, now we're doing it 6 years, from 2019 to 2020. We were doing this exercise to 2024-25. We're now doing it to 25-26. Over 6 years, the city of St. Petersburg has overtaxed, overspent, and now has a wasteful and excessive spending number of $49,400,000. This is the number that we think that this is the number when we took their old budget, indexed it for inflation and population, to compare it to what it actually was. You are being overtaxed, in our estimation, $49 million. That's a lot of money for a relatively small budget. Okay? So let's put this number into a little bit more context. If we take that calculation, the old budget minus the new budget, in 6 years, that budget has grown almost $133 million. The budget has gone up almost 48%, pacing way past inflation and population growth. It's a big number. It is a number that taxpayers should be concerned with. Now, let's put this number into context. Ask yourself, well, maybe there was a lot more population. Maybe there was so many people coming into town that they actually had to spend that more money. No, because the city of St. Pete, according to demographics, grew only about 11,000 people over that 6 years. So 11,000 new residents to the city of St. Pete, their budget grew $133 million, which shouldn't have happened. And in our estimation, they've wasted $49 million of property taxpayer dollars here in the state of Florida. Actually, $49 million worth of taxpayer dollars. Part of that is property taxes, and we will go over that. 11,500 people. How does that equate to an extra $133 million? So let's also put this into context. That means that for every person that moved into the city of St. Pete over the last 6 years, the budget went up $11,557. For every family of 4 that moved into the city of St. Pete, the budget went up $46,228. Think about that. Brand new house being built, family of 4, their budget increased by $46,000. That math does not math, no matter how hard you look at it. There's just something wrong. I see the groans, I see the faces, I see the jaws dropping here. Everyone can see that this doesn't make sense. How does it make sense to bureaucrats and people in government? How does it make sense to people who vote for this budget, not even question the budget at all? That's really concerning. It's concerning because government just thinks that you're an ATM. Zero fiscal constraint whatsoever. Taking all the extra money that is available to them, never even thinking once of giving it back to the taxpayers. That's the problem. Government at all levels has a spending problem. They don't have a revenue problem. It's clear that they don't have a revenue problem. There is no restraint on local government whatsoever. The real concerning part for the city of St. Pete is this next graph, and I think we normally don't highlight these numbers when we do this because they all come in relatively around the same. Like I said, the growth of the administrative state, right? Local governments are taking the money and growing government. They're adding employees, they're adding bureaucrats, they're adding more administrators. They're not really adding anything that you guys can see, touch, and feel out in the community and say that that's worth our tax dollars. You normally don't see it. But for 11,500 new people coming into the city of St. Pete, they added 371 new employees. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Here's the really big concern. Yes, sir? Yes. Here's the really big concern. Now, you can say that, well, 371 people, right? Well, they got to hire fire, they got to hire EMS, and they have to hire law enforcement, right? Our first responders. Because it sort of makes sense as populations go up. What goes up also? Your fire, police, and your EMS, because those are population-centric numbers. But out of that 371, only 65 personnel were first responders. The rest were absolutely nothing but bureaucrats and administrative personnel. Again, expanding the administrative state. This is really, really scary. For every person that moved into for every 38 people that moved into the county, moved into the city, they hired one bureaucrat. For every 38 people, one bureaucrat. Does not make any sense whatsoever. So let's wrap this all up in a bow, and how do we protect taxpayers? We believe that the city of St. Pete overtaxed you guys by the tune of 1.34 mils. This is money that they could have easily cut, in our estimation, your millage rate by and offered property tax relief last year. They just chose not to. They chose to take the extra money and expand government. So that means if they did offer that property tax relief, a property that was tax assessed at $400,000, you would have gotten a reduced property tax bill by $535. Now, mind you, that is just the general fund portion of your budget. This is not including school board also. Don't get me started on school boards, because I think they are some of the worst offenders when it comes to wasting your tax dollars. Just the general fund budget, $535. If you have a property that is tax assessed at $500,000, you would have saved $669 a year. If you have a property that was tax assessed at $600,000, your property, you would have saved $802 a year. Property tax relief is absolutely 100% attainable here in the state of Florida. There is more than enough money to fund fire, to fund police, to fund EMS, to fund essential services. There is more than enough to account for inflation. There is more than enough money to account for population. But when you exceed all of that and see this pot of money and show zero fiscal restraint whatsoever, the taxpayers are on the foot of that, and the taxpayers are starting to get frustrated. I'm going to go into some numbers here so you can understand what we are facing.
State CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking live right now in St. Petersburg, where he talked about $49 million in what he believes to be wasteful and excessive spending there in the city of St. Pete. That's a 48% increase in the budget, which is outpacing the growth of population and also inflation. Well, we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We are going to step aside for another break this hour. We'll be back at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock, and welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. Going to talk about some new things as well. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back with more live streaming news coverage right after this.
Florida Live. starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy afternoon, the busy last 3 hours, stretching back to this morning here on Fox Local, if you've been with us. I do want to let you know we're keeping an eye on this coming up at the bottom of the hour, give you a live look inside the Federal Reserve, where the chair, Jerome Powell, is going to be holding a news conference. The Fed expected to make its first interest rate decision of 2026. No cut expected. They've made cuts the past couple of times, but we're keeping an eye on that. We'll check in on that coming up in just a little bit. We're also watching a few things out of Tallahassee, if you've been with us as well. I want to give you a live look, though, right now at Artemis 2 on the launch pad, 39B, ahead of a wet dress rehearsal that could happen this weekend, ahead of a launch. Maybe sometime early next month, we will see. That is part of the next mission to the moon. But just like all of the different impacts we are tracking with the cold weather, we've gotten a lot of questions, have a lot of questions about the cold weather and what it means for that Artemis 2 rocket out on the launch pad. I want to bring in Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Esther, I know you've been speaking with experts about this, and what have you been learning?
Well, what we are learning is today is a very special and quite somber day. It's 40 years since we had the Challenger tragedy, and it's eerily similar to conditions that we are seeing now in terms of I am all bundled up. It's colder than normal, as you've been talking about. We're tracking this cold weather, and what we've learned is it absolutely does affect missions, and the weather is actually what played into that horrific day when 7 people started their mission here on the Space Coast, and that rocket did not make it far. It exploded, and everyone on board lost their lives. So how did weather play into that tragedy, and what changes has NASA made since then to prevent another tragedy like that, especially with the Artemis 2 mission? Could be launching, could be doing wet dress rehearsal when we're going to have this colder weather. So I'll try to flip my camera around because I can see the rocket on the pad, or if we want to bring it up. But from the shuttle days into now, what I'm looking at, you can see that orange middle piece and then the 2 white boosters on the side. That is the same technology from shuttle days when we had the Challenger explosion to what we're seeing with this SLS rocket. They are using the same boosters. The problem with what happened with Challenger is they use rubber to build these. So they are made in a different state. They're shipped into the VAB. They're stacked. And it's rubber that is used to build them, to mount them, to make this massive booster. Now, they knew during the Challenger days that this rubber didn't react well when the weather was cold, when we weren't at the beautiful 70 degrees and sunshine that we were seeing. But they decided to press through on that colder launch day of Challenger. And ultimately, hot gas was able to seep out from the rubber, and that's what caused the rocket to burst. That's what killed all 7 people on board. So what has NASA done since then to prevent something like that? We just spoke with a space source who told us they have upgraded the rubber, and the fact that they have it now wrapped around 3 times. They have 3 different layers of the rubber to prevent that hot gas from being able to seep out and reacting negatively with the cold weather that could cause a similar tragedy with this Artemis 2 mission. Now, as you mentioned, the rocket is just sitting here on the pad. So how are the colder temperatures affecting it? Well, what we can tell you is they're likely doing some air purging. So think of it like a hot blow dryer. If your hair is wet, you want to blow dry it. Crews are out there at the pad, likely purging quite a bit, making sure that all of this all of the rocket stays at the optimal temperature. Since it is colder than it probably likes to be, they need to be out there with the hot air, purging it, bringing in the hotter air to make sure that all of the sensors, everything stays at the right temperature. They also have what is called an ice team that is going to be out there looking for ice, looking for any signs of where can we have some condensation building that could eventually cause ice particles to form, because you absolutely do not want any ice involved when you start loading fuel, when you start getting ready to launch. So that ice team is out in the wee hours looking around the rocket, tracking it, seeing where could we have ice condensation starting to form. Because whenever ice is involved with a rocket, and specifically when you think about the picturesque sight of a rocket, you see all that steam. That white steam is what we're used to seeing. There can be no ice involved when we get to that status of launch. So the ice team is actively tracking changes at the pad. Now, what we do know is NASA had originally talked about doing the wet dress rehearsal as soon as Monday, but now NASA is saying they kind of want to beat the cold. There's the potential of possible snow when you get into next week. So they're trying to beat the cold front, doing a wet dress rehearsal, which gets us the closest we are until liftoff by moving that to as early as Saturday. So in this mission, they are trying to get as much done as they can, knowing the temperatures are supposed to get colder, but also knowing we have this rocket on the pad, and also knowing they want to launch as soon as February 6th. So weather is something they're absolutely tracking. Since the Challenger mission, cold weather became much more of something that crews focused on, because that is what caused that tragedy. And so they never want to see something like that happen going forward. They have kind of started since then a 41-degree rule, where if temperatures are at 41 degrees or below, they will make the call not to launch. They cannot, like we said, have ice. They can't have too much of that hot air being able to escape from the rubber seals. And they just have to make sure that the weather does not play into something negative happening with the rocket. That's another rule that was put in place since this disaster that we're seeing used going forward with this moon mission.
We know so many things have changed, so many lessons learned from that, and yet at the same time, still kind of eerie, Esther, to be here on this 40th anniversary and having some of those very similar weather conditions out there today.
It is. It's a very strange feeling. Everyone that we speak with, they remember where they were, whether they were a student, whether they were driving. You remember where you were, and you were just absolutely shocked. And NASA's been studying it for decades, trying to learn what went wrong and how can we prevent something going forward. So definitely weather is top of mind, and something we're going to see play into this upcoming mission going forward.
Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon and keeping us up to date on what's happening there on the Space Coast.
Yes, and we'll be tracking things going forward.
All right, we will certainly have much more coverage of that Artemis 2 mission. I do want to give you some breaking news here, just an update. The Federal Reserve announcing it is not going to cut interest rates right now amid some questions, some uncertainty over the labor market and also over inflation. So that is just coming out, the Federal Reserve making that announcement. They have made 3 straight rate cuts, but putting a pause on that, not changing that rate today. Again, we will expect to hear from the board chairman, Jerome Powell, at a news conference at the bottom of the hour. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. So we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us from their newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today in St. Petersburg, where a mother is behind bars accused of murdering her 4-year-old son. So this all began yesterday afternoon when a 16-year-old girl came home from school and walked into her house into a nightmare. Inside the home, she found her 4-year-old brother, Finley, dead and covered in blood. Her mother, Diana Cullum, was also inside the house. She was suffering from non-life-threatening stab wounds. Initially, Police Chief Anthony Holloway said that the little boy had been stabbed, but police corrected that this morning, stated that little Finley had actually been suffocated. The 16-year-old also found a knife and a note at the scene. And during a press conference yesterday, investigators said that they believed Cullum wrote that note, though they were still working through the legal process to review its contents. Now, police did say last night that they had never been called to that home before. They added that the father was not home at the time, but he has been cooperating with detectives. So right now, the why remains the biggest question. As the investigation continues, the department says it is providing victim services to that 16-year-old girl and first responders who witnessed the scene. Cullum was officially charged with first-degree murder this morning. She made her appearance just a few moments ago, and she was not granted bond. Garrett?
Well, concerning details, disturbing case there out of St. Pete, Nancy, and we'll stay tuned for more updates on that.
Yeah, it's definitely a disturbing case. We do have a reporter following the story today because, again, the biggest question everyone is asking is why? Why would this mother kill her 4-year-old little boy? So that is something that investigators are working hard to figure out, and we will have more information on the story later tonight.
All right, we will watch out for that. Our second story in the Tampa Connection, and Nancy, we talk about AI, we talk about scams, but this is... I mean, I don't know what the word heartless is. Only one word I can come up with for someone who would do something like this. Talk to us about this scam.
Yeah, this is absolutely heartless, as you said. So a St. Petersburg couple, they had lost their dog, and these scammers actually used AI to trick them into thinking that their dog had been hurt and that their dog was at a vet's office undergoing surgery, and they asked them to send money. But of course, this was all actually just a ruse. Now, the scammer did not just lie. They used artificial intelligence to prove that this dog was hurt. Now, so their dog, you see her right there, Hazel. She's a German Shepherd puppy, and Hazel was in training for Always a Warrior Canine. That is a nonprofit that helps veterans. And so last Tuesday, Hazel slipped through a hole in the fence. Her trainer, Dennis Marita, as well as dozens of volunteers, searched for Hazel for hours, but they were not able to find her. And so later that evening, Marita, he got a call from somebody claiming to be a sergeant with the St. Petersburg Police Department. That person said that Hazel had been hit by a car and needed a surgery that cost almost $2,000. Now, this person who was claiming to work for the St. Petersburg Police Department even sent a picture of Hazel on the operating table. And Marita says that photo right there that you see looked exactly like Hazel. So while he's on the phone with this so-called police sergeant, that caller asked Marita for money to complete this life-saving surgery to save Hazel. Marita said that he did have a credit card, but the caller told him that they were with a nonprofit and they could not take credit cards, and asked if he had a Zelle account. Marita, again, wanting to save this dog, sent the money. But the next morning, Hazel did not wake up in a vet's clinic. Instead, she was actually sitting in Marita's front yard, wagging her tail, completely unhurt. So Marita called the hospital, and that hospital was like, "We don't know what you're talking about." And in that moment, Marita knew that he had been scammed. Now, experts say scammers are using AI to mask or edit photos found on social media to create these fake emergency scenes. Marita is a veteran as well as a former law enforcement officer, and he says if this could happen to him in the heat of the moment, it could happen to anyone. But there is good news here, Garrett. His bank flagged the Zelle transfer as fraud, so he did not lose any money. And Hazel is safely back with her owner, and they are about to get her an AirTag. Garrett?
probably a good idea. What a relief, I'm sure, to have her sitting on his front lawn that next day. But I'll tell you what, that is a pretty convincing, AI image there. And, people would do anything for their dogs. They're part of the family. And so you get something like that, and your instinct is, yeah, whatever you need.
Oh, absolutely. I know if somebody was calling about my dog and they showed a photo that looked like her on the operating table, I would feel the same way. And again, like he said, you're in the heat of the moment, and he's a veteran. He's former law enforcement. He got scammed. So he is saying if this can happen to him, it can happen to anyone, because again, these images looked so real. And the person who initially called him claimed to work for the St. Petersburg Police Department. Again, all of this was an AI scam, but he was fortunate that his bank did flag that Zelle transfer, so he was able to get that money. He did not lose the money, but I mean, these scammers are going after anyone, and they're really creating these scenarios and these events. He put up all these sorts of posts saying, hey, this dog, she's missing, and from those images, they were able to create a fake scene that made it look like Hazel was in a vet's clinic and on the operating table. So these scammers are getting much, much more sophisticated.
Yeah, it's sick that they would take advantage of that, but those AI images are certainly getting more and more convincing, so you just have to be more and more careful as we move forward. And finally, our last story here in the Tampa Connection, tracking the cold weather and the impacts of that, and that's something that the fish farms are watching out for in the Bay Area.
Yes, yesterday we were talking about how strawberry farmers are protecting their crops, and today we're talking about how these tropical fish farmers are protecting their crops. Tropical breeders across the region, they are racing to protect their stock during this Florida cold snap. And so we talked with Consolidated Fish Farms down in Riverview, and the staff, they were working around the clock to move these fish indoors. And second generation owner Dan Connor says that every available space is being used to keep these fish warm. So many farmers are resorting to emergency measures to keep the water temperature stable, and this includes covering outdoor ponds, pumping in warm well water, as well as running heaters 24/7. Quentin Tuckett, he's a research scientist with the University of Florida's Tropical Aquaculture Lab. He says insulation can make a critical difference during these cold snaps. He says that any water temperature below about 65 degrees can actually be very dangerous for these species. And keeping the fish alive is only part of the challenge. This week's winter weather has slowed shipments nationwide, creating delays that back up order for days and impacts profits. For some, the stakes could not be higher. Back in 2022, a prolonged cold snap leading up to Christmas killed thousands of fish at Consolidated Fish Farms. Connor says those devastating losses forced his farm to rethink its entire operation and even changing the species they produce to better handle Florida's cold snaps. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard now with our Florida Live forecast, continuing to track those impacts of the weather, because there are a lot of them when you're talking about an area that we don't always see those temperatures. But it's cold now, and it's going to get real cold this weekend.
Garrett, it was freezing this morning, and that's not even being dramatic. It was 32 degrees here in Central Florida earlier on today, and it is only going to get colder. So that is something that we're going to be really watching, because just take a look at these temperatures of what we're forecasting just over the next couple of days. So low this morning. It was 32 degrees this morning. I don't know about you, but I even had a little bit of frostiness on my car this morning. It wasn't enough to write a little message or anything, but it was a little frosty, I have to say, when I took Honey out for a walk this morning. Then we are going to be once again keeping an eye on another cold blast, and this is only going to be bringing our temperatures down even further. So if you thought this morning was chilly and kind of like a shock to the cold system, get ready, my friends. It is going to be really chilly. Taking a look Sunday morning and Monday morning.
And that's not what we want to hear.
No, especially for us here in Florida. I moved to Florida to get away from the cold, not bring it further in here.
Yeah, and that, when we're talking about kind of a bit of an extended thing here as well, where it's going to have more impacts, because it's not just one night or a few hours. This is something we're going to be seeing for several nights in a row.
Right. And so what we're going to be seeing is this system really starting to form as we take a look at probably around Wednesday, Thursday, it'll really start to take place. This low pressure system will kind of move over the southeast, and from there, really start to generate moisture and bring down the cold air, which is going to create another big snow system, especially in the areas along the Carolinas. So that's what we're going to be watching specifically. But then that cold air just continues to get sucked into central Florida. And that's what's really going to tank our temperatures as we take a look Sunday and Monday, which means it is going to be a really chilly weekend and especially a very chilly start to the work week. So I hope everyone is ready for that. You will definitely need the heavy jackets, the gloves, the coat, everything, because we just saw those, what it's going to be reading on the thermometer temperatures. That's not even the wind chill temperatures of what we're going to be seeing.
And what a difference a week makes. I mean, here we were this past weekend where, you know, it was hot everywhere else. It was freezing cold, and then this weekend, this coming weekend, you know, we'll be in on the cold too. What's bringing it so far south this time?
Great question. So it's kind of two different things that are kind of working in tandem in order to bring the cold temperatures down. So, and I did math. You'll be proud of me. I did math. I prepared for this, Garrett. So overall, last weekend, we saw temperatures in the upper 80s, 87 degrees, which was a new record high for us here in Orlando. But then once we take a look at this weekend, totally different. We are going to be seeing wind chill temperatures. So that is the cold plus the wind, making those temperatures feel even colder, of 12 degrees Sunday morning, which is a 75-degree difference. So that is quite the temperature drop that we're going to be seeing taking a look at Monday morning. So heads up for that. We're going to be seeing the coldest wind chills Sunday, the coldest temperatures on Monday, which kind of mean they're going to even out basically of what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days. But that is really what we can really focus on as of right now. No flurries in Orlando, but there may be a couple of flurries as of right now. Maybe a few models trying to hint that we could see a flurry or two up in Jacksonville, but really all the main snow lingering in the Carolinas. We're just going to get the cold. So I hope everyone is ready for it. Here is your time to really prep. Make sure you have the gloves, make sure you have the heavy coat, because you will need it for sure.
You are going to need it. Wind chill of 12 degrees.
12. I feel like I'm back home.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well be at that point.
Seriously.
I mean, that is legitimately cold. You're gonna need might need multiple layers of gloves and jackets.
Okay, I have a feeling that this weekend I'm going to be sent out in the field. I quite literally gave a call to my dad. And for those of you who don't know, I'm originally a Boston girl, so I have so many snow stuff and so many snow gears, but I never brought them down to Florida, thinking that I would absolutely not need it, and now I'm kicking myself for it.
Are you asking your parents to ship it down to you?
It is overnighted as we speak. So thanks, Dad. Love you.
Who would have thought you'd need it this weekend? But,
seriously,
yeah.
You'd think.
Well, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I actually want to get you to Capitol Hill right now, where we are hearing leaders of the Senate Republicans. This is John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, Republican from South Dakota, speaking right now with other members of the Senate GOP leadership ahead of a deadline later this week that could lead to another partial government shutdown because Democrats specifically have come out and said they won't support the funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security after what's been going on in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So the Senate Republicans taking some questions right now, talking about that shutdown deadline, talking about that DHS funding bill. And let's go ahead and listen in live at Capitol Hill.
The relevant committee yet, but I know there's a high level of interest among our members in getting a vote on SAVAC. I assume that will happen.
What's responsible for the Secretary to say that Alex Pletty was brandishing a gun and was a domestic terrorist and was out to commit massacre, as other administrations have said, despite the video evidence of that incident contradicting everything they said? Was that responsible for them to say that?
I don't, again, until the investigation is complete, and I'm all for an independent, full investigation to get the facts out and to make sure there is an accounting for what happened there. So there have been a lot of statements that have been made, I think many in advance of actually having the facts in front of us. So I'm going to refrain from saying anything about that until we actually have an investigation that's been completed.
Do you see a viable off-ramp to the current situation? For instance, would you support 5 appropriations plus a CR for DHS while the negotiations continue?
Those all are potential. I mean, these are all hypotheticals at this point, and I would reserve optionality to consider that. But I think the best path forward, as I've said, is to keep the package intact. And if there are things that the Democrats want that the administration can agree with them about, then let's do that. Because the challenge you have, as you know, especially right now with the narrow margins in the House and the Senate, is if the bill goes back to the House of Representatives, and and who knows what happens with it over here. If that bill gets split off, there may be other people have other ideas about other amendments and things they want to consider. If the bill changes much from what the House already passed, then you've got another steep hill to climb over there. All of this just drags things out and delays us funding the government. And the longer that it's delayed around here, obviously, we end up in another government shutdown. So there are potentially, obviously, lots of different things that could happen. But the best thing to happen is the thing that we should do right now, and that is pick up the 6-bill package passed by the House of Representatives by an overwhelming majority and send it to the President for his signature.
Mr. Leader, do you still have confidence in Secretary Noem? Should she stay in her job? And do you also have that same level of confidence for Stephen Miller?
Well, I've said this. You guys ask these questions a lot about different members of the President's team, and I have the same answer, and that is these people serve at the pleasure of the President, and it's important that the President have confidence in his team. And so I will, allow the President to make determinations about the people that serve on his team. Thank you.
So the Senate leadership speaking with reporters there on Capitol Hill. I also want to take you now to a news conference earlier today at the state capitol in Tallahassee, where a number of lawmakers, including State Senator Chevron Jones, State Representative Rashawn Young as well, held a news conference to reintroduce the Yaya Alert bill. We're going to hear more about that in just a few minutes. This was named for Tiana Major, and it's designed to help inform parents and schools when there's a threat in their area. And so we'll get into more of that in just a little bit, because right now I do want to get us to the Federal Reserve, where Chairman Jerome Powell now discussing the Fed's decision to hold interest rates steady. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks right now.
Ending at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell talking about the reasons and why the Fed decided to hold rates steady this time after 3 straight cuts over the past few rate-cutting cycles. President Trump again recently calling for more rate cuts, but the Fed deciding to hold those rates steady amid some economic uncertainty when it comes to inflation and the job rate as well. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Thanks for joining us on this busy Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to get you now to that story I was just talking about out of Tallahassee, the Yaya Alert legislation. This is legislation that's been introduced before and was reintroduced this year. It was passed unanimously by the Florida Senate last year. A bill effectively to create a statewide alert and protocol system that would link schools and daycare centers with law enforcement to get them real-time information when there are threats kind of in the area, in the vicinity, that parents, that families, that students, and their teachers need to know about. And this is legislation that's an alert that's named for Yaya, Tiana Major, 9-year-old, who was one of 3 people killed in shootings in Pine Hills back in February of 2023. One of those shootings killed an Orlando news reporter as well. This is something that that people have said before, that had family members of Tiana Major known what was going on, that there was a shooting suspect out on the loose at that time in the area, things would have been very different. They would have acted differently, maybe not have gone where they were going, that led to that shooting. And so that's where this alert system comes into play. And so family members of Tiana were with State Senator Chevron Jones today and State Representative Rashawn Young of Orlando today to introduce and unveil this legislation that they hope will again get bipartisan support. Here's some of what they had to say in this news conference at the 4th floor Capitol Rotunda earlier today.
Seconds matter, and that's why SB 814 exists today. This legislation was previously passed unanimously in the Senate under Senator Simpson, because protecting children and communities should never be a partisan issue. This bill will ensure that law enforcement moves immediately. Now I got the paperwork, and I got the confusion, but when lives are already at risk. Every minute without an alert is a minute where parents are dropping off their kids. Teachers are opening classroom doors, and child care workers are welcoming children without knowing what's happening just blocks away. This bill creates a clear, mandatory alert trigger so schools and child care centers are warned right away and not later. Speed saves lives, and that's the foundation of this bill. Right now what we're seeing is a gap, and this bill closes that gap. Right now in Florida, there is no uniform system that alerts schools and child care facilities when a violent suspect is nearby. Schools and child care centers are often the last to know, if they're notified at all. That gap leaves residents, parents, teachers, and children completely vulnerable. SB 814 closes the gap by establishing what we call the Yaya Alert for schools and child care facilities. No more guessing who should be notified, no more delays because of uncertainty. It protects people who do the right thing. This bill protects law enforcement. It protects schools and emergency partners when they act in good faith to keep people safe. It improves coordination and not bureaucracy. This bill is not about creating a new system. It's about making the system we already have work better. Schools will know when to lock down. Parents will know what's happening. The public also stays informed. And it's that simple. And last but not least, it honors a child by preventing this next tragedy. This bill exists because lives were lost. A child's life was lost. And that child's name was Tiana Major, who her mother and her family stands with us today. Her life matters. And we stand here today to honor her by making sure what happened to Tiana never happens again. That is why this bill has never been about politics, because bullets are not red or blue, nor do they have D or R around its name. This bill is about responsibility and protecting communities when they need us the most. And at this time, I would like to call my colleague, Representative Young.
Good morning. We gathered here today because the legacy of Tiana, better known as Yaya, is calling us to act, not to remember but to respond. Because in Florida, we should never have to bury a 9-year-old and pretend like the system could not have done it. On February 22nd, 2023, while the legislature was in session, 11:13 a.m., 911 calls came in. Natasha Augustine had been shot and killed on Hialeah Street in Pine Hills. Police arrived and confirmed the truth that changes everything. The murderer was on the loose in a residential neighborhood in the middle of the school day. Still no alert went out. No emergency warning, no message to schools, no notice to child care centers, no heads up to families, just silence. Hours later, at 2:14 p.m., Tiana's mother picked her up from Pine Hills Elementary, took her home, just blocks from where it all started. Like any parent would do, she asked the deputy who was around her the question, "Is everything okay?" She was told everything was under control. The suspect had not been caught. The threat had not been removed, and the community was still exposed. By 3:21 p.m., deputies were taking down crime scene tapes, so imagine that what that communicates to the public. The danger has passed, that life can go back to normal. The suspect was still right there, still moving in the same neighborhood, and records show he was in the backyard, then inside the major's home, while nobody around him had any idea. Again, no warning or lockdown or urgent communication. Then around 4:05 p.m., he returned to Hialeah Street. He shot two journalists. He shot Dylan, who was simply doing his job, covering the original homicide. Then he went into the major's home. And because of that, a 9-year-old was not here today. Only after that, the magnitude of the threat become undeniable. But by then, it was too late. So we found that it was important to share this timeline because it forces us to face more painful truth. For hours, families were left in the dark while danger was still active. Hours where schools were operating like normal. Hours where parents were making everyday decisions without critical information. Hours where children were exposed with no warning and no chance to be protected. And that is exactly why this legislation matters. The Yaya Act is about those hours of silence. This bill says that when law enforcement knows a killer or a violent crime has occurred, and they believe an imminent threat remains, they must immediately push out a real-time alert to schools, child care centers, and families within range so people can act. So aftercare programs can lock their doors so parents can make informed decisions and so kids can be protected before tragedy finds them. As Senator Jones said, this is not about politics. This is not about blame. This is about the safety of and the well-being of Floridians. Because public safety is not just about what we do after the crime scene is taped off. It's about what we communicate about the first. Thank you.
We started the Yaya Dream Foundation 3 years ago after Tiana passed away, and we went to her school and we found the word dream that she wrote and all of the things that she wanted to do. So instead of us just buckling down and being with the grief and being angry at someone, we decided to take that anger and take all of that we had and put it into the Yaya Dream Foundation. Through the foundation, we feed less fortunate, we clothe the less fortunate, we also do community cleanups, we also partner with a lot of people, different communities, different organizations to help the community. A child's safety should never depend on their zip code. And just because our zip code is 32808, known as Crime Hills, doesn't mean that we should not get the help that Windermere or College Park or other surrounding neighborhoods or cities should get. Everyone in Orlando should, or Florida should get one alert. If there's an enemy threat within 3 miles of your school, private school, daycare, child care facility, you should get that alert. Seconds does matter, like Rep Young keeps saying, and that's all I can hear, especially when I know a child could be on the playground when gun violence is coming through our community. We cannot help where we live, but we can help where we live. So Yaya's dream is important to the community because it turns loss into long-term protection, healing, and action. We have a lot of mothers that are burying their kids. And when I grew up, I was always taught, your kids bury you. That's not what's happening right now. And we have to stop that. It has to be a stop to that. Also, Yaya cared about all children. She did not discriminate on color, race, gender, political party, any of that. She loved all kids, and she wanted all kids to have equal to everything that would be available to them. So as a part of her legacy, and to let everybody know we will never let her name rest, we will forever do all that we can to help this bill, to push for Florida's kids, to make them safe. Going to school, you should not have anxiety getting out your parents' car, going into a classroom. School should be fun. That's where you build relationships, friendships, long-term family. You know, family is just not the people that you're related to. Family are people that you, friends that you meet along the way. And if a child is not getting to live a long-term dream, what are we doing here? 9 years old, she didn't even get to see half of her life. So this, to our family, it means a lot. And we're just pushing for this, and we just want you guys to know that help us push this bill. Please do not discriminate because you see us here, because it's our child today, it could be yours tomorrow. Please help Florida pass this bill.
9 years old with her whole life ahead of her. That was Tiana's aunt, Asia Brantley, speaking there at that news conference earlier today, urging other lawmakers to support that bill that would create that Yaya alert system. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. We know meetings going on between the Tampa Bay Rays and local officials in the Bay Area trying to work out a deal for a new ballpark. This comes after a vote last week at Hillsborough College where they kind of paved the way to give some land for the team to build a mixed-use development, a new school campus, a ballpark there. So still a lot of questions, things still up in the air with that. And Governor DeSantis was asked about that at a news conference in Hillsborough County earlier today. Here's what he said.
Well, I can't confirm anything until something's public. But you know, I'm a believer that baseball can succeed in Tampa Bay. Just having. You know, having grown up in the region, we had so many people that love baseball, and honestly, very few hockey relative. And yet, look how successful the hockey team is at drawing fans. So I think people want to participate. I think you got to have a venue that makes sense for them to travel to. And I think that just in this day and age, I think you got to have some other stuff, you know, around it. So I know that there's a vision from the Rays leadership to not only have a stadium, but to have, you know, accoutrements around it where you have restaurants and hotels and other things, shopping, so that it's something that even if you don't like baseball, you'd still maybe have fun going out and doing it. And so I know they're working on looking at venues, and they're going to work with whatever local governments on that. But I will say this. You know, it's the Tampa Bay Rays, and I think that they're saying they want it to be in Tampa Bay. I can tell you there's other parts of Florida like Orlando that would want the team. I know Disney would put it at the Wide World of Sports. I mean, why not, right? You could do it near the convention center in Orange County. So, like, I know that, and they had been trying to get a team, expansion team, you know, for that. And I think they could easily be playing off each other. But I think their basic view is Tampa Bay Rays. You want to make sure that you do it here and do something that can be meaningful. But, you know, I remember when, you know, there's been a lot of scuttle over many years about this. And, you know, Major League Baseball's position was because it was like maybe they'll move the Rays out of Florida. They wanted to split Montreal, half the whatever, and then just there's other cities that they were looking at. And I think Major League Baseball's thing is like, look, you know, Florida is like, you know, the fastest growing state, or certainly has been for most years of the last, you know, 6 or 7. It would be an admission of failure on baseball's part if they can't succeed, you know, in Florida, especially in a market like Tampa that has grown tremendously and has a lot of people that really like baseball. So I think they're committed to making sure that it can succeed in Florida as well. So, you know, our role is a little bit more, not indirect, but, you know, the HCC has this thing. They have a chance to increase their campus vitality, I think, in ways that can be good. You know, I've toured that campus. Some of these buildings are old. You got to put all this money in deferred maintenance, and maybe you just reimagine it. I'd rather spend the money like that. And then we have some state buildings in that plot that honestly our juvenile justice has always planned to leave, so that's going to leave no matter what happens. And then we've got one that we lease to the county, and there's a FDLE that's always wanted to leave there. So you know, our role could be to, you know, just help HCC negotiate something that's going to be good for them and be good for the Rays, and we're happy to do that. I just, you know, as governor, it's like I wanted to succeed in Florida first of all, but I do think Tampa Bay, that's where the team was birthed, and we do want to see it succeed in this region. I think it can succeed 100%. I think it can succeed. You know, the Bucks have done well, especially when they're good. And, I mean, they were great for the first half of the season, not good the second half. So that was frustrating. The Lightning have done tremendous, but, you know, you have certain ingredients there that make it something that's really, really special. So.
And speaking of the Lightning, if you haven't seen what they are doing for the Stadium Series game this weekend with the Gasparilla theme, it looks so good. I love it. That's going to be a really cool event coming up on Sunday at Raymond James Stadium, that outdoor hockey game there, coinciding with the Gasparilla this weekend. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live, but our live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local and on YouTube for another half hour. We're actually going to have for you the next one in our series of conversations with major candidates for Florida governor. Today, we've got Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings sitting down with us for half an hour to talk about the policy and a number of other things as well. So thanks for joining us here today. It's been a busy last 4 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. And a busy hour here on Florida Live as well. So thanks for joining us. And the live streaming news coverage continues next right here on Fox Local.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on Fox 35 News Plus as we speak with the candidates for Florida governor in the campaign this year. Pleased to be joined today by Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, Democratic candidate for governor. Mayor Demings, we appreciate you joining us today.
Honored to be here.
So first, just talk to me about the decision to run and also to stay on as mayor while you're running this campaign. I imagine that's a lot.
It is quite a bit, but I'm honored to be in the race, honored to have the opportunity to run. The decision was made based upon a lot of prayer and supposition, but a lot of people across the state of Florida kind of elicited my goal to get into this race. And so here I am. I'm running because I care about working class people here in the state of Florida. I care about the high cost of living that we're having to deal with now. I care about the preemptions that's happening by the state of local governments. I care about trying to be the solution to some of these challenges: housing affordability, health care challenges within our state of Florida. And so here I am. I'm offering up the sum total of nearly 45 years now of public service to help come up with the solutions that working class people are looking for.
And we're going to get into a lot of those issues that you just mentioned. But I do want to just start by asking, as we talked, you are still a mayor of Orange County right now. That brings a lot of responsibilities in itself. And I'm just curious what the balance looks like between those duties and, kind of what the campaign looks like for you right now.
It's a very busy period of time. I have chosen to honor my commitment when I ran for re-election in 2022 to be the Orange County mayor. My term will end in December of 2026. And so the next governor will be sworn in January of 2027. So during this period of time, I've got the balance of both responsibilities. It'll be a challenge. As we get closer to the primary and then the general election, I will still be focused on being the mayor. But today I spend about 30 to 40% of my time each day kind of working on the obligations associated with being mayor. The other 70%, 60% of my time I spend campaigning.
And let's talk about affordability. I know that was one of the things you mentioned. That's the thing that we see in poll after poll is the top issue on voters' minds. We've heard it described as an affordability crisis here in the state of Florida right now. And I'm curious your take. This is a question I've asked every candidate on how we got in this position. How did we end up here where we are dealing with these high costs and this affordability crisis in Florida?
I believe we got here because we lost sight of the plight of average people. We have people who are sitting in high places, billionaires, wealthy, who have been influencing those who are being elected. And because of that, we're out of balance. The focus has been really on the ultra wealthy and not the working class people here within Florida. Florida is the fastest growing state within the union. Last year in 2024, the last numbers that we have whole numbers for, the state of Florida grew by 364,000 people, a net at least of 364,000 people. That means almost 1,000 new people moved into the state of Florida each day. That's very challenging. Here within Central Florida, we're the benefactors of much of that growth. That is probably the number one challenge that I have to deal with, is managing the growth in Orange County and how that growth impacts the entire region here. And so I'm very adept at coming up with solutions in those types of environments. And I'll take that experience into the governor's office.
When it comes to housing costs, housing supply, how do you kind of find that balance as Florida continues to grow, but also making sure we don't overdevelop?
We have to have adequate growth management plans, land use plans, and this is an area where unfortunately the state of Florida has been preempting the local governments from that authority to be able to make decisions for themselves. We're closest to where the people are. These issues are issues that I wrestle with every day. Housing affordability has been one of those. We could not depend on Tallahassee to come up with the solutions for us, so we had to create our own solution here in Orange County, in which we created our own locally controlled housing trust fund, which we said that we would commit $160 million over a 10-year period of time. Through public-private partnerships, we can address those issues. We are addressing those issues by building workforce housing. We've done that by changing some of our regulatory oversight. We've done that by creating this housing trust fund and leveraging those dollars against private sector investments where we have local financial institutions investing with us. Other corporate partners have been joined us in this effort, from Universal Resorts of Florida to Disney. They have stepped up to the plate, and we have these housing development projects around the county. And then we're working with nonprofits like Habitat for Orange and Osceola County, in which we have taken our surplus lots and put into the mix and making those homes available for working class people. And all of this is just to address the lack of funding that is coming from the state of Florida.
We've heard a lot of talk about property taxes, and we know the state, at the urging of Governor DeSantis, looking to eliminate those, roll those back. We're still not sure what that exactly might look like. But what is your take on that? And also, how do you address the concerns of local governments across the state when it comes to potential loss of revenue?
Depending upon what the state does with property tax reform, will really determine the total impact on local governments and individuals. Many of the proposals that have been put on the table at this point could range from billions of dollars to multiple billions of dollars. What I am doing about it is I am very active with the Florida Association of Counties, and I chair a committee, the Finance and Taxation Committee, that has been looking at this issue now for a while. But I also chair a special select committee that will work to respond to whatever comes out of the legislature. That is an ongoing, tedious process. Who knows? Until the legislative session is over, we won't know what this property tax reform will look like and whether there will be a statewide referendum to go on the ballot to create a constitutional amendment or not. But in either case, the 8 to 9 to 10 proposals that we have seen, the Florida Association of Counties has some responses to each one of those in terms of how it will impact local governments. What I can tell you is that I don't believe that there's any scenario in which the state of Florida can totally eliminate property taxes.
What about for homesteaded properties only? Does that fall into that? You think that wouldn't be feasible?
What we have heard in terms of the dialogue so far out of committee weeks is that they might carve out law enforcement related costs or first response, including fire and EMS. but even that isn't a guarantee yet. Most of the local governments' budgets are for first response, for public safety. And if you take public safety off the table, that puts a lot of pressure on local governments to do everything else with, because local governments, a portion of their budgets are enterprise funds, they're restricted funds, they can't be used for general local government delivery of services, and because of that, that could have a direct impact, a negative impact on how we deliver services. After all, many of the services the government delivers to the people aren't services that we can directly charge people for. Some people cannot afford the cost of providing the social services that we do, for example, dealing with homelessness. The state of Florida has mandated that each local government has a plan of action to eliminate homelessness within their communities or deal with it without providing any adequate funding to be able to do that. That mandate, that unfunded mandate, is one of those things that is going to cost local governments significant dollars in order to be able to address it.
So we were recording this the day after Governor DeSantis delivered his final State of the State address. After that, we heard from Democratic leaders of the House and Senate who said they believe the focus on property taxes is misplaced and that the focus when it comes to affordability should be more on property insurance. Do you believe there are additional property insurance reforms that need to be taken at the state level?
There's no question. There needs to be property insurance reforms. We need to hold the insurance companies, the property insurers, the casualty companies accountable. If they're making money in Florida, that money really needs to stay here within Florida. However, because of fraud, sometimes there are people who file fraudulent claims against the insurance companies. The state of Florida needs to step its game up in terms of doing investigations where there's fraud involved. Then when we talk about even health care costs, there are significant challenges there. My style of leadership is one where I have over time created these different thought leaders, task forces, to come together with industry leaders and just average persons who may not have a particular monetary investment in the issue, but they're concerned about it, to come up with solutions of how we can better address these issues. I will do that as the governor of Florida from time to time. If there are tough issues that we need to wrestle with and come up with solutions, it takes both the private sector working with the public sector and the philanthropic sector to come up with meaningful solutions of how we will go about addressing those issues.
A few minutes ago, you talked about local control. This is something that you would know about as Orange County mayor. I know you've expressed concerns about kind of things, from the state that have stripped that away in some ways. Can you talk about the ways that you have seen local control kind of preempted by the state and what you would want to see as governor to restore some more independence to the local governments across Florida?
As I said earlier, one of the biggest challenges that I have as a local mayor is managing the tremendous growth. Here in the Metro Orlando area, we remain the #1 tourist destination in North America. Not only do we have to provide services for the increase in our permanent resident population, but also the visitors. And because of that, sometimes I think the state forgets about that. What the state of Florida has been doing is taking away the ability of local governments to create its own land use management related issues. They have really ceded a lot of the influence to developers who are making money, who are profiting, as opposed to listening to those local governments. I'll give you a specific example. Here in Orange County, we have been working for several years to create a comprehensive growth management plan called Vision 2050. We transmitted that plan to the state of Florida using the rules that the state had created for us to follow. And then the state in the nth hour changed the rules on us and preempted local governments from some of the land use related issues. Senate Bill 180 was the primary bill that passed that took away some local control. There's not one of my Board of County Commission meetings that I have where there's some citizens who come in, and I can tell you that's typically one of the most contentious areas for our residents is understanding how they will be impacted if they own land, if they live in their homes and surrounding development. We see some environmental concerns. We see traffic congestion. We see negative impacts on our preservation lands, our water bodies. And so we really need to manage those issues because when we have these weather phenomena in Florida, unfortunately, it often results in some catastrophes in which there's flooding that occurs throughout the region that impacts all of us and displaces people from their homes. It creates emergency situations. And so we do have to be proactive in how we manage when we begin to build out. And so the state of Florida with the preemptions is putting us in a position where we have an unfair disadvantage in how we're being able to be held accountable at the local level for coming up with a solution because the state of Florida is really not leading in that regard.
We should note when it comes to some of those things from Senate Bill 180, we know the state Senate has filed a bill to potentially walk back some of those things that, like you said, have really stepped on the toes of some of these local governments and their comprehensive plans. So that'll be something for us to watch in this legislative session. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about immigration enforcement, illegal immigration enforcement. What would that look like under a Demings administration? We know under DeSantis, the state has been very proactive about it. They've gotten a lot of attention nationally for the steps that have been taken. What would that look like in a Demings administration?
First off, I was a law enforcement officer for 37 and a half years. I took multiple oaths that I would support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and of the state of Florida. And when I took those oaths, I took them very seriously. So I believe in immigration enforcement. However, what we are seeing now has gone beyond just immigration enforcement. It is depriving people of their liberties, their rights. They are using force in situations where force is not necessary. As a law enforcement senior official, I had to make certain that I held my law enforcement officers accountable to treating people with dignity and respect. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now is a condoning of misbehavior and heavy-handedness in law enforcement. Under my administration, what you will see is that I will support the men and women in law enforcement. We will pay them what they deserve to be paid. The law enforcement officers in the state of Florida are some of the lowest paid law enforcement officers anywhere, and I mean those who are state law enforcement officers. When you compare their salaries to the local law enforcement agencies, they have fallen behind. We'll increase the pay for them, to pay them a competitive wage, but we will also make certain that our law enforcement gets back to focusing on the law enforcement needs, the public safety needs of the state of Florida as one of the primary goals, because right now, many of these state law enforcement officers have been redeployed to not just answering those calls for traffic crashes and other enforcement needs on the highways of the state. They've been redeployed to other things, to immigration and customs enforcement. That is a role of the federal government and not necessarily a role that the state and local law enforcement should be the priority place to go for the resources and the personnel to be able to carry out federal immigration enforcement. What it will look like is that we will certainly have in place funding to help support the payment of the staff that needs to do that. But I would look at redeploying our personnel back to the primary focus on the state of Florida and let the federal government take care of more of the immigration and customs enforcement than what they are presently doing.
We know there's been a lot of discussion in Orange County about the jail as well, and are you concerned about the onus that is being put on local governments to house many of these detainees?
Yes, I'm concerned about it. The state of Florida passed a new law now because I've been a certified law enforcement officer for about 45 years. I'm still a certified law enforcement officer and I do the training. I have something to compare it to is what I'm saying here. But what we are seeing now is we're seeing where these local law enforcement officers are not being adequately trained in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We're seeing now where the state law enforcement officers aren't being adequately trained. They have reduced the number of hours required now for the training of even the federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers. I believe that there's a time now to redirect some of this. There are unintended consequences on the local governments because we passed a law that said that the local governments must use their best efforts to support Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, this is an unfunded mandate. My jail here in Orange County, we're one of the few counties in the state where the sheriff does not run the jail. The county runs the jail and pays those costs. And we've been forced to have to take in the ICE detainees into our local jail. And we have, for the last several decades, had an intergovernment agreement with the federal government through the U.S. Marshal Service to house federal inmates. And we had a particular cost reimbursement that had been negotiated. We have taken a look at that now, and we have been trying to get the federal government to increase that average daily per diem that they pay us, and to the tune in the last 12 months, it has cost Orange County taxpayers an additional $330,000+ that we have not been reimbursed for because of the additional demand on our local jail. And I'm concerned about capacity. Jails are expensive to build, they're expensive to manage, they're expensive to operate, and we need reimbursement. Otherwise, if we don't get adequate reimbursement, now that's pulling from our discretionary budget that we could be using to address other significant local issues like dealing with homelessness, dealing with housing affordability, improving the efficiency of our transportation system. That's another area that people complain about. Traffic congestion in a growing state with tourists coming in, traffic congestion is terrible. And those are things that people here want us to address. How are you going to address these issues? And that's what I wrestle with as a mayor every single day. I'm elated to have the opportunity to wrestle with those issues on behalf of the entire state of Florida.
If you were to be elected governor, you still would likely have a heavily Republican-controlled legislature. How, as governor, would you work with them, and how would you govern?
Let me say this. What the legislature will look like, we don't know. I do believe that we're seeing some movement in terms of the politics of the state of Florida. Whether or not the Democrats are able to flip the House or the Senate remains to be seen. But because the governor is the CEO for the state, has veto authority, the governor has great influence on the legislature. And so I would certainly use the breadth of my authority to bring some balance. Like, if you really talk to most Floridians, they will tell you that we're out of balance. Whenever one party controls absolutely, then you don't get the best results on behalf of all of the people. So I'm running because I do want to bring some balance back in the authority, the leadership here within the state of Florida. I would be the only person elected in history who would have served with titles of being mayor, sheriff, and chief of police. Now, there was one person elected historically who had been serving as a sheriff and a mayor, and it was a former Florida Attorney General, Bob Buttersworth. He had the opportunity to be a sheriff and a mayor before he got elected to the statewide office of Attorney General. I know that because he shared that history with me. But when he talked to me about it, I said, that's an interesting little-known history fact. But having served in 3 of those roles, Chief of Police in Orlando, Orange County Sheriff, and as Orange County Mayor, that would be somewhat unique. But I think that experience is what makes me somewhat uniquely qualified to be governor of the state of Florida, because I understand the issues that are most important to working class people.
Before we're almost out of time here, I want to just ask you a couple lighter questions for us to get to know you. I'm just curious, when it comes to your campaign playlist, what would you say is at the top of your campaign playlist right now?
Well, the top of my playlist is really fundraising. Okay, you can't run statewide without having the funds to do so. The first quarter that I was in the race, I was only in the race for about 55 days. I launched on November the 6th, and so 55 days in, it was a short quarter for me. So I'm excited about how much money we raised, but we need to raise more money. And hence, I say if you want to support me financially, go to jerrydemmingsforgovernor.org. jerrydemmingsforgovernor.org. I'll put in that shameless plug today. But we're traveling the state, and so I'm going to continue touching people throughout the state of Florida. That's top of my playlist. Get out and get amongst the people and talk with them. Listen to what they say is important to them.
All right, and quickly here, your go-to meal the night before you got a big maybe campaign event the next day.
Before I have a campaign event, my go-to meal, I like seafood.
Okay, well, plenty of good options for that around here.
Yes.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, Democratic candidate for governor. We appreciate you coming in and sitting down with us today.
Thank you for the invitation.
You've been watching Fox 35 News Plus.